But anyways, we'll see. We'll see. Hopefully not. Hopefully it's a perfect election on Sunday. See what happens. I'm proud of us, man. I'm proud of CISA. I think.
Yeah, for those participants that are connecting, please make sure that you're muting because we can hear everything that you're saying. Para aquellos participantes que se están conectando, recuérdense de ponerse en mute porque estamos escuchando todo lo que dicen.
So that'll put us in a great position to.
I think, I mean, I'm sure they're saving a bunch of like ammo for the general election, but you know, it's as if this didn't matter. What if Wanda wins?
Okay. Take it. Okay, later. Yeah. Yeah. Hello?
Lillian just called me and told me that everything I was saying was being broadcast on YouTube.
Oh, on YouTube in addition to the Teams thing. Okay, that's good.
Not that everything, or whatever, or whatever.
Oh, the Teams thing is what you meant. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, I'm watching it.
All right.
I've got the.
Okay.
I'm recording the English version because I think that'll be easier to describe. But it looks like they're not started. It looks like it says Taller Proxima a comenzar, so it's like they're getting ready to start. Well, it wasn't that hard. I tapped on the link in the email she sent for the English version and watching it. So it's not exactly accessible to the public, but it is. You can log in as a guest. It's just people that have that bar of entry. And it's different than they've done in the past. Like, the last 2 years, they've broadcast everything on YouTube. So why aren't they doing that this time? But I don't think it matters for now. It's an experiment. We'll see how it goes. There's like 40 people logged in, it looks like. Or maybe that means there's 20 people logged into the English-speaking version of it. I don't know. So that's fine.
All right, man. Let's see.
Okay, well, that sounds good. I'm planning on being these calls for the next hour. Thank you. Stay strong.
Muy buenos días. Muchísimas gracias por su paciencia. Ya tenemos la funcionalidad de poder transmitir en vivo, poder transmitir este evento al español. Quiero dejarles saber a los participantes que el negociado habilita estos talleres de la manera en español y en inglés, de una manera que se puede transmitir en vivo, y lo queremos hacer de una manera virtual también, como lo hacemos en el negociado, y por eso nos demoramos un poquito. Muchísimas gracias por su paciencia y vamos a comenzar con el evento. Le vamos a hablar un poquito de cómo es que el evento va a suceder. Voy a cambiar al inglés y volvemos al español y le explicamos. Thank you very much. The event is about to commence. The Bureau takes pride in allowing this event to go in both languages, in English and Spanish. And we, as you all know, we do this at the Bureau, at the hearing room. This is the first time that we do this virtually. But because we're doing it virtually doesn't mean that we will not provide that accommodation to the people in Puerto Rico. We're going to commence the event. I'm going to go ahead and open the floor so Commissioner Mateo can open the event formally. And then we're going to be talking about how the day will proceed throughout the whole workshop. So I will leave it to you, Commissioner Mateo, and I believe that I will have to release my screen so you can grab either your screen or you can start your opening.
Good morning to everybody. It's a pleasure to have you all again in one of our workshops. We appreciate your commitment to the workshops. We are happy that you're all here. We know that it has taken us some time to have this workshop. It had to be postponed, but we are confident that we're going to have a very good exchange of information today, and that we're going to get a lot of feedback from the participants, and the resources that we have engaged for this workshop are excellent. So you have a great day of information ahead of you that will enable you to have a meaningful participation in the workshop. So thank you again for being here with us, and we're looking forward to your contributions.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Commissioner Mateo. So let's go ahead and spend a couple of minutes on how this is actually going to pan out. This is a workshop that is for the stakeholders, so you are the ones driving this event. Really quick about the background. I'm Jorge Camacho. I'm part of a group that facilitates this workshop at stakeholder events for the Bureau. I'm born and raised on the island. How I ended up here, I basically did the same thing for the Public Service Commission in the District of Columbia. I was the Chief Infrastructure, and the BCPSC is analogous of the Public Service Regulatory Board. At this time, I want to express that usually these workshops are conducted in Spanish. And one of the things really quick, so the participants, please make sure that you're muted because we can hear the background. So make sure that you have yourself on mute. We are not muting the participants because the participants will be allowed to collaborate throughout the day. That's why we don't want to impose that limitation, but we need to be within ourselves, we need to be a little considerate between the participants. So we usually we do these events in Spanish, but due to technical limitations, we will have to proceed in English on this channel because at this time we only have two discrete spaces. We got the discrete space of the English channel and the discrete space of the Spanish channel. When we are at the Bureau, we also have a third space, which means that you could have an earpiece and then you could go back and forth. I mean, the dynamic is very, very good, but at this time we're not able to do that. So I'm gonna go ahead and say this in Spanish for really 10 seconds. La mayoría de las veces hacemos esto en español, pero debido a limitaciones técnicas tenemos que quedarnos en este canal en inglés, pero todo lo que vamos a decir en inglés en este canal, usted lo van a poder escuchar en español, el segundo canal en español. Usualmente podemos hablar, podemos intercambiar entre idiomas porque el negociado habilita en el salón de vistas tener un auricular, pero en este momento, como es un evento virtual, no podemos tener el auricular. Pero todo lo que estamos diciendo se está traduciendo y se va también a colgar en el website. So let's get to it, guys. So I'm going to go ahead and we are going to do a quick summary of what happened on the third workshop. As Commissioner Mateo indicated, the fourth workshop was scheduled for March. We had the pandemic. Then it was rescheduled for July. We had Tropical Storm, Isaias, and there is a charm. So let's go for it. So I want to go ahead and I'm going to share this PowerPoint. And then what I was going to tell you, one of the things that you can do, we don't want to lecture you. This is going to be a collaborative process. Like Commissioner Mateos is indicating, we want to get your thoughts. We want to get your collaborations. This is a stakeholder event. So throughout, and I want to do that before I get to the PowerPoint. Let me go ahead and go on the MS Teams, and I'm going to show you how it is that we're going to be interacting. So when you go to the Teams, you are going to see these icons. The attendees are going to be able to raise your hand. So whenever you want to collaborate, please raise your hand so we can cue the collaborations in a way that will make sense, right? Because we cannot have everybody talking at the same time. We have to make it orderly. So this is the raise hand icon so that you can use to collaborate. and you can actually, again, you actually will pull down the cursor, and these icons will pop up on your MS Teams. So let's go really quick to the summary of the third, or what we did on the third one. So we did the Microsoft Teams. You know how to actually interact with us. And I'm gonna, even though that this is in Spanish, I'm gonna say it in English. So as we all know, the cheapest electron that you can that the cheapest electron is the one that you don't have to generate, and that's gonna be the mantra throughout the event. And we're going to talk about what we have done and what it is that we're going to be doing. So this is our fourth workshop. The first workshop was an introductory workshop, which we have significant support from the Department of Energy in order to provide us with a baseline into what energy efficiency was all about. We had a second workshop that was, okay, so where it is that we are in Puerto Rico, because we can learn about all these great things that other jurisdictions are doing, but we needed to know where we are on the island. Then we have a third workshop, and we were looking about the biggest positive impact. I mean, what were those measures? What were those strategies that for Puerto Rico will actually have the biggest positive impact? And today we're going to be talking about funding opportunities, and we're going to get very creative. We're going to be talking about grants. We're going to be talking about loans. We're going to be talking about potential hybrid potential schemes that we could use throughout the presenters throughout the day, and that will be for today. So in regards to the summary, I always want to show this to people, because we're looking for the biggest impact possible, and this is from the IRP that was actually submitted to the Bureau. We could see that the commercial customers are where we get the biggest consumption, which is closely followed by residential. I want us to have that in the back of our mind while we're going throughout, because this is very characteristic of Puerto Rico. This was actually provided by Chuck Goldman. I think it's a beautiful slide, and I told him that I was going to steal it, and I'm stealing it. I believe that he actually lays out the strategies for potential programs on the island. We have actually spoken about almost every single one, and we are actually going to go a little bit deeper into the financing, utility, on-bill utility financing, and ASA is going to give us a high-level overview of the different strategies. We had an opportunity during the third workshop to get it to Puerto Rico. We had also Jorge Hernandez. He provided us with a specific example from Pfizer, and actually he gave us numbers. We saw, and these are not projection, folks. This is historic. These are historic savings, and this is a good case that we were able to evaluate with Jorge Hernandez. And I think it was of the most benefits to the participants. We had Asa. He actually talked to us about, what will be that low-hanging fruit in Puerto Rico. Solar water heating. We have a lot of sun. We had also an opportunity to hear from the WAP program from DDEC into how it is that funding is actually supporting this deployment. We also had the building code, and one of the things that Chuck Goldman is talking is about building standards. We had an opportunity by Arquitecto Abruña to talk to us about how those building standards will apply to Puerto Rico. Some people may say, how come you are putting pictures of the metro area? It's at Torrey and Plaza Las Americas. One of the things that we're also doing, we're trying to identify where's the largest consumption. And the largest consumption, they tend to center around the metro area. Not saying that we do not want to actually target the pharmaceuticals and industry. One of the things that we're doing also, we're trying to identify where we were going to have the most impact for these programs. And then I want to go ahead and finish with the following. You are going to see here that Arquitecto Abruña is talking about metering, building metering, advanced metering. I want to point out that in regards to advanced metering infrastructure, one of the business models for that technology is the ability to actually pinpoint and target those opportunities where energy efficiency could actually make sense. So this is a high level summary of what we did during the third workshop. I wanted to bring you back, to get the juices flowing. So what I'm going to do right now, I'm going to pass it to Dr. Asa Hopkins, and he's going to be giving us also a high-level overview. He's going to be talking to us about what mechanisms are employed by other jurisdictions to defray the cost of EE programs. So Asa, I think at this point, what I'm going to do, I'm going to release my screen so you can take control of your screen. Okay.
Let me go ahead and share this. So, thank you, Jorge. Thank you to all of the participants in this workshop. Let me see if I can get this to actually show. So it's a pleasure to be with you all again. Hope that you all are staying safe and healthy in these crazy times with pandemics, tropical storms, etc. Was looking forward to giving this presentation 2 weeks ago, and here we are now. You can see behind me, I'm on vacation, but I'm pleased to be able to join you for just a little while. In some sense, my job today is to talk about the boring stuff. But it's the really important stuff. I think I think it's a place where there's a lot of knowledge and there's a lot of scale of what's known out there about how to cost effectively acquire large amounts of energy efficiency. So just reminder, this is partly sort of setting the frame, setting the scale. We've talked about this a little before, but I want to ground this. So Jorge showed the total sales from the IRP. In the IRP, PREPA modeled energy efficiency at costing on the order of $110 million a year, or spending about 3 or 3.5% of retail rate revenues on energy efficiency, which has a net savings. You spend a bunch on energy efficiency, but you get back even more. And over 20 years, those cases with the energy efficiency show a present value savings of well in excess of $1 billion over 20 years. So we're talking about real money. That's about 10% of the total revenue requirement over that whole time period. Of course, the actual path forward will be informed by this kind of stakeholder process and actual facts on the ground. It's unlikely to line up with PREPA's modeled estimates. But just to put the sense of this scale, it's nice to find $1 million here and there, but it's also important to recognize that the scale of opportunity really is well in excess of $1 billion over time, and figuring out how to capture all of that and get all of those savings really should be in the island's interest. So one of the characteristics of energy efficiency, as we've talked about in the earlier workshops, is that this is a resource that you pay up front and save over time. But paying up front, of course, means you need to have some sort of upfront capital. And so in many respects, the funding question for energy efficiency is, where do you get your upfront capital? What mechanisms and processes do you use to make that happen? This is a figure from the National Association of State Energy Offices, where they looked a few years ago at where all the funding was coming from for total U.S. investment in clean energy in buildings. And you can see that sort of blue bubbles or greenish, tealish bubbles across the top are all different kinds of largely finance-y type programs, bonds, ESCOs, green banks, and such. The big blue bubbles in the middle there are building owners making investments in their own buildings, residential green building, commercial green building, and across the country, this is real money, tens of billions of dollars per year. The dark blue bubbles at the bottom are the federal sources of funding, weatherization assistance and LIHEAP, R&D funding, and then the low-income housing tax credit. That's what LIHTC stands for. And then over there on the right are ratepayer funds, which are substantial on the total scale. $6 billion or so in 2015. They're a little larger now. But also recognize that those are a relatively small portion of the total capital. Most of the capital comes from building owners themselves. with some supporting federal and state funding, and then from ratepayer funding. So there's a lot of different potential sources, and I'll try to lay out some of those and give you a little bit of a framework for thinking about those and how they might play in Puerto Rico. And over the course of the rest of today, you'll hear about different pieces that relate to different aspects of this. And I just wanted to put everything in context for you. So sources of capital, banks. Banks are sources of capital for all sorts of things. Whether they're mortgages or construction loans or business finance. A building owner can simply borrow money to pay for a renovation or a construction loan. Banks are also tend to sit behind energy savings performance contracts. An energy service company borrows money from a bank to pay for the upfront work that they then perform, and they get paid back over time from the building owner whose building they've worked on. The energy service company themselves tends to not. They're not a bank. They're not sitting on the $5 million it takes to retrofit a large building. They borrow that, do the work, and then pay it back. And of course, building owners themselves, maybe if they simply have the capital themselves, they may be able to simply pay some of their own money to pay upfront for the energy efficiency. That almost every kind of energy efficiency implementation involves some sort of investment from building owners or occupants themselves. The two exceptions that come most to mind are low-income programs like the Weatherization Assistance Program, where the investments in the building are simply made on behalf of the residents, and then also energy savings performance contracts might not actually have any upfront capital from the participants, but it's all just comes in via that financing mechanism. And then there's taxpayers and ratepayers, which I will talk about on the next slides. So taxpayers do actually pay a reasonable amount, both for state and federal programs, to pay for energy efficiency, and it varies by state. Obviously, on the state side, one option is to simply have a specific tax or take some portion of general revenue and use it to pay for energy efficiency. So, for example, the state of Vermont charges a specific energy tax on electricity and on heating oil that they use to fund additional low-income weatherization programs. So the state gets, I'm making up the numbers here a little bit, but about $1 million a year from the Department of Energy, but they want to spend $6 or $7 million a year on improving homes in their cold climate. And so they simply tax themselves, Vermonters, to raise the additional funds to fund that program. Just like you might decide that you had a particular public objective of some other sort that you wanted to raise tax funding for and fund. Another thing that state taxpayers are much more commonly do is to use small amounts of money at high leverage to support financing approaches. And the last slide I have this morning, we'll talk about a few examples of that kind of thing. Then, of course, there's federal taxpayers. Other speakers today will talk more about these. The U.S. Department of Energy, through the State Energy Program, through the Weatherization Assistance Program. Those are both formula grants that just give a certain amount of money. There are also some competitive opportunities. Generally, DOE funding is aimed at innovative technologies, testing out new ideas, rather than sort of bulk billion-dollar scale or $100 million scale implementation. The Department of Agriculture gives grants and loans for energy efficiency on farms. There was a presentation in one of the earlier workshops from folks who have taken advantage of that in Puerto Rico. And then the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development has some funding. I think there's folks scheduled to talk later today about the CDBG DR opportunity that Puerto Rico has, and thinking about increasing energy efficiency in the context of recovery, as well as there's a low-income housing tax credit. I suppose you could sort of think of that as implemented by the IRS rather than HUD, but the general idea there is bringing investment in using federal tax credit to make the finances of a project more palatable to the other players. And then there's ratepayers, and the ratepayer funding is the most common and most direct way that states and utilities engage with energy efficiency. So the capital to run an energy efficiency program could be raised and implemented through a utility, through a state agency, or some sort of other administrator, almost always with some sort of regulatory oversight of the sort that the PREB Bureau might provide in the Puerto Rico context. The funding is more often than not, at least in the states where this funding is substantial, there is a specific charge, a system benefit charge, or an EE rider, or some sort of thing on the bill. But also, if you simply think of energy efficiency as least cost power supply, then having it simply be part of the overall rate is also something that states do, where they just sort of have the identified budget, and the utility has to achieve some sort of level of performance, but it's just sort of part of the overall utility budget rather than called out and given some sort of separate designation. On average across the country, the utility cost of saved energy averages about 2.5 cents per kilowatt hour. So, compare that with Puerto Rico's cost of fuel alone in the 8, 10, 12 cents per kilowatt hour range. So these programs tend to be very highly cost effective and definitely low cost power supply. 2.5 cents per kilowatt hour will beat all but the most efficient solar, wind, or gas plant on total cost. At least 47 states have some kind of ratepayer funded energy efficiency programs, and nationwide it's about $8 billion, of which 6.5 or so is for electric, the rest for natural gas. And on average across the country, it averages about 0.75% of sales savings. There are a handful of states that do a lot more than that. There are 6 states that save more than 1.5% per year. 32 states save more than 0.5% per year. So it's, most states, most people across the country live in places that have reasonably aggressive energy efficiency, utility ratepayer funded energy efficiency programs. There are on the revenue side, there are some states that pay a lot more. 7% or more of revenue goes to pay for energy efficiency programs, but 31% of 50, or maybe 51 if you count the district, pay more than 1% of revenue to fund energy efficiency programs. So just a sense of the range of the cost of saved energy. I said the national average is about 2.5 cents per kilowatt hour, and you could sort of squint at this and say, well, okay, 2.5 cents is about like the midpoint of this graph. But there really are differences in terms of how effective those programs are and how much savings they get versus how much they spend. There's a little bit of sense that as you go deeper and try to save more and more, your average costs go up. You are going to go after markets that are harder to move. You need to provide larger incentives and such. So you have a bunch of northeastern states, which also have relatively high cost of energy. Up there on the upper right, Connecticut, Vermont, Massachusetts, Rhode Island. But Maine manages 2% sales savings while paying less than 2.5 cents per kilowatt hour. Hawaii, which I'll talk about in a moment, gets 1.5% savings while paying just a little over 3 cents per kilowatt hour. I know that. Yeah, go ahead.
I think we may have somebody who wants to jump in with a question.
Yeah.
Hey, Jose, can you habilitate your microphone so you can speak?
Yes. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah. Great. Thank you.
No, my question was in terms. I'm seeing on your slides that 47 states have ratepayer funded programs. So I wonder if there has been any study, or is it the general recommendation that this is the most cost-effective solution instead of the other options that you mentioned? So many states are doing it.
Right. Yeah. So there's something that's cost-effective and there's most cost-effective, and those are a little bit different from each other. I guess everywhere that is doing these ratepayer funding programs are also doing other things. It's the sense that anything is exclusive is not true. There are building codes nearly everywhere. People are using the DOE funding for doing innovative things. There are energy saving performance contractors working in many different locations. So there's a lot of stuff going on that's not ratepayer funded. But I guess come back to here, the in terms of total funding, ratepayer funding is approaching half, but maybe more like 25 or 30% of the total sort of policy supported energy efficiency funding. There's more going on. That ratepayer funding tends to be intended to leverage and increase the size of all the other bubbles. And basically, a lot of things are trying to work together across, where the state funding is trying to increase the leverage on the ratepayer funding, which is trying to get people to do better with their private funding. So, I think thinking of it as a tool, an important tool that's used well across the country, but one that works in concert with all of the other kinds of things to try to make an overall portfolio of actions that will work best for the given economy and building stock and such in a given place. Does that make sense?
Yes. It's,
right.
Makes sense. Thank you.
Yeah. I know that just thinking one more note on this chart, I know in Puerto Rico there's a lot of attention on Florida. It's nearby. There's a good cultural connection. I would caution against looking at Florida as a model for thinking about how much energy efficiency to acquire or how much it would expect it to cost. They're very much an outlier in the upper left of very expensive and not very extensive energy efficiency. So thinking of other places as models, I think is important. So just a couple examples. So a utility can directly run an energy efficiency program. So in Rhode Island, a company called National Grid is the only electric and natural gas company. They have a very aggressive energy efficiency program. You see them in the far right of the chart here, saving more electricity than any other state. They pay for that. They pay more than 7% of revenues through a conservation charge. The particular numbers here are slightly different because it's a different program year. One thing to note about their implementation is that they have a formalized stakeholder council that has its own ability to hire consultants and to bring expertise into the process of creating, implementing, and evaluating the plan for the programs. They're not implementing those programs, but they provide a great deal of sort of stakeholder input and oversight to help that program be as successful as it is. Some stats from their executive summary. They're saving $600 million a year. They're avoiding 1 million metric tons of GHGs, while supporting more than 1,000 different firms that engage in energy efficiency services. Some of those firms, obviously, it's only a small portion of what they do, because there's only 900 or so full-time equivalent jobs that are associated with what they're doing. But still, that makes the energy efficiency implementation like a reasonably substantial business enterprise, essentially, within the state. A different model for application is a third-party administrator, where rather than have the utility run the program, there's a separate entity that comes in and administers the programs. So Hawaii Energy is run by a company called Leidos, under oversight from the Regulatory Commission in Hawaii. Hawaiians pay about 0.86% of their revenues for an efficiency program that saves about 1.5% per year. They also have a separate charge on their bill for a green infrastructure fee that funds a green bank. I'll talk about green banks in a little while. One thing to note about Hawaii is that their electricity is even more expensive than electricity in Puerto Rico. They pay north of 30 cents a kilowatt hour, which means that even 1% of revenues can raise quite a substantial amount of money. It also means that they have a reasonably easy time getting folks to agree to make energy efficiency investments, because they get the cost of the value of avoided energy from a customer standpoint is very high. But Hawaii has a comparable level of aggression in their state energy efficiency target to Puerto Rico, saving 30% over 20 years or so. So they're 10 years ahead. They're halfway through their track, and they're staying on track to do that. Largely through their ratepayer programs, but also, apropos of the earlier question, they're also bringing a bunch of other tools to bear in terms of building codes and financing and other things in order to add those pieces together to achieve their overall targets. So one thing to note about cost effectiveness, this is some analysis, it's a few years old, but I think it's indicative from Vermont. this is the programs that are run in Vermont are relatively expensive. Energy is relatively expensive generally in the Northeast, as I mentioned. So their program started in 2000, and the costs per year are in orange, and the benefits delivered in each year are the green and blue columns. So you see at the beginning, they paid more each year than they got in benefits, but it only took about 5 years for the benefits achieved in any given year to pay directly or more for the costs of the programs being implemented in that year. And now that spread is growing as efficiency pays back. And this is not even all the benefits are necessarily counted here. These are only the ones that are explicitly trackable through the regional electric markets. But you can see that you do actually relatively quickly get into a situation where the savings are paying for the program and more. So just a couple of notes, where you're talking about both funding, capital, sources of upfront capital, and financing, ways of using that today. Go ahead.
And before we get there, I think we have another somebody who wants to collaborate. So I see. So Mario, please go ahead and enable your microphone.
Great, thank you. So I have a question on some of these data. You're citing sort of savings per year in energy. Can you talk about like how that's calculated? Because you have different programs that start in different years. Is there some sort of a normalization of the base? Because one you were just talking about, you said it was savings of something like 1.5% per year. Earlier ones, there was a graph a couple slides ago that you had. I think either the y-axis had some data on savings per year, and I just am curious how that data is actually being put together. Right. Yeah. So the one thing that comes with the regulatory oversight of these programs is a good amount of data collection and oversight about and reporting of what's actually going on in the programs. So when the typical way of reporting savings is this sort of percent of retail sales metric, where a given set of measures that have been studied and characterized, you say, all right, on average, a solar water heater saves 500 kilowatt hours a year, or whatever the particular number is, recognizing that there's some variability between different implementations and whatever. But you say, all right, so we did 1,000 of them, so that's 500,000 kilowatt hours per year of savings from that measure, plus we did this many light bulbs, and you sort of add them all up. And typically you use the sort of first year savings number, where you say the savings from these different measures will last different amounts of time. There's some folks push for trying to save more total energy over time, and some more interested in saving quickly as much as possible. And there's some trade-offs there. But generally, there's a whole sort of measurement and verification process to see did the programs really deliver everything they said they were going to deliver. Did they make good assumptions about how much savings they were actually achieving per measure deployed? Did they add all their numbers up correctly? Can we, do verification? You actually call up the customers that they said did you actually install this piece of hardware? And usually they did, but maybe 3% of people didn't, and so they adjust the numbers by 3%. And you're really trying to capture all of that down, but you're boiling it all down into a metric where you're saying all of the measures implemented in this year, the savings expected in the very first year of operation from those measures adds up to so many megawatt hours. And you take that number and just compare it with retail sales in that year or in the previous year. And you sort of roll that forward. So the savings from measures implemented next year counted against next year's sales. And so you're sort of working your way forward that way, just comparing against the most recent complete set of sales that you have. Now, different jurisdictions set that up in different ways. Hawaii, you'll notice, if you look carefully here, they actually set out their target not as a percent of sales, but as just a total amount of energy. Their target is 4,300 gigawatt hours, and they don't particularly care whether they save all of those up front or they save them by, just they want to get them all by the end. They've annually reduced their sales by 4,300 gigawatt hours, and they're on track to maybe get 6,000, so they're doing very well. But rather than necessarily do it as a percent of sales, so different, everywhere does it a little bit differently, and however makes sense for them. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, that helps a lot. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome. I'm going to switch modes just for the last couple of slides here. So if there are other questions on the sort of capital upfront funding piece, this might be a reasonable time for them. We can always come back. Okay. Jorge, please, just interrupt anytime.
So let's do the following, because I got somebody else. So yeah, and for planning purposes, I got somebody else. Let's get this. Hugo, feel free to go ahead and open your mic. And then for planning purposes, we got probably about 7 or 8 more minutes. Asa.
Okay, that sounds good. Yeah, I've just got 3 or 4 more slides.
Yeah. Okay, Hugo, you're up.
Thank you, Jorge. Thank you, Asa. Quick question regarding the Hawaiian experience. Which year have they defined as a base year to start counting the savings?
So they set their goals and such in 2010 for 2030. So they looked out 20 years, and they are they did, if I remember correctly, they did what some places do with respect to setting their target, which was to establish a sort of business as usual trajectory and then measure savings relative to that. I tend to find that less ideal, because you're sort of saving against some hypothetical that might or might not have come to pass anyway. And so, but they set out this path. Set on this path in 2010, sort of given what they knew at that time and what they expected their sales to be from then going forward.
All right, thank you.
So just we've been talking about upfront funding sources, and a number of other speakers today talking about financing. And so I wanted to make sure that we don't confuse things, and just to highlight a little bit of how funding and financing relate to each other. So upfront funding versus financing. So just for some of the different things that you've heard about otherwise or hear more about today in terms of financing, these are ways of basically someone who's willing to put up the upfront capital, but then they want to get paid back. And so as soon as you're asking to get paid back, instead of giving some sort of rebate or incentive, then you're in the financing world. So energy saving performance contracts, where the customer pays for the savings delivered and the ESCO pays back its bank loan. Customers may simply borrow money to put up a water heater on their roof or some other thing like that, and then they turn around and pay that back. There are municipal or state government approaches, like property assessed clean energy, where the government essentially puts up the upfront capital and then is paid back over time. But on property tax bills, this is used more widely for commercial rather than residential, because there are Fannie and Freddie, the federal mortgage guarantors, or whatever, have some issues with the residential side. There are also things like revolving loan funds, where this is a common thing that happened with Recovery Act funding in the 2008-9 financial crisis. There was a bunch of money injected out, and states set up revolving loan funds where they have some of the initial funding, which they lend out to folks to make investments. As the money comes back in, then they reloan it out again. They're sort of creating their own kind of sort of state bank, essentially. And then utilities, backed, of course, by ratepayer funds, can also do financing type approaches where you do on-bill financing. But you might also think in a more in a broader sense about the program costs for energy efficiency themselves might actually be financed. There are a handful of places that actually amortize their program costs over several years. So they essentially borrow the money to run the energy efficiency programs. Then instead of, in this Vermont case, you saw that there was a few years up front where the savings didn't line up to the spending. If you spread those initial few years out over time, then you don't have to collect as much money up front, so you can get a little bit closer to getting your savings equal to your spending in those early years. Once you're not ramping up anymore, then there's limited value to the sort of amortization approach for efficiency funding, program funding, because all you're doing is you end up just paying to borrow the money and paying interest without any real programmatic gain. So, but the overlap point between finance and funding comes with support to finance provided by more sort of funding-based approaches. So programs can spend money to make financing options work better. And the three most common places where this happens are loan loss reserves, where you can entice lenders to be willing to lend into a market by basically backing up their backing the loans, guaranteeing the loans, so some sort of guarantee to the lenders, so that if the lender defaults, if the borrower defaults, there's a typo here. If the borrower defaults, the loan loss reserve will make up the difference. And the actual experience with this is that efficiency loan defaults are very, very low, and so the cost of a reserve can be pretty small compared with the benefit of getting folks able to get credit who might not otherwise be able to. Another common thing are interest rate buy downs, where the lender would be willing to lend you money at 8%, but the state might step in, or a utility or somebody might step in and buy down the rate to 0. I'll say, in just a full disclosure, I have a 0% loan for energy efficiency work done on my own house from our utilities here in Massachusetts, and the efficiency program is paying for the interest. But the bank is providing the capital. So you get that kind of thing where the banks are enticed to make the loans, the customers are enticed to borrow the money because it's 0% interest, and they just have to pay the interest. The other thing that you can do to get customers to be willing to make investments is to actually make promises that their savings will really show up. So energy service performance contracts essentially do this, but there are other approaches too where you can essentially promise customers that their savings will be real, so they're willing to actually borrow their own funds and invest in energy efficiency. And here I'll just mention green banks are commonly one of the most common mechanisms that get set up to do these kinds of things, where they don't necessarily have their own. They may or may not be actually lending money, but they do these kinds of things to make private capital work that much better in energy efficiency. So that's the. My little quick summary. I'm jealous of the rest of the time you all get today with the experts in many of the things I was talking about, but hopefully this provides you a little bit of a framework to get started.
Isa, that's fantastic. I got somebody else. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and open it to Jose. He has another question. And if Gerardo is listening to me, please let me know if we got any questions from the Spanish channel so we can bring them on. But Jose, please open your mic. You're up now.
Yes, thank you. I was wondering if Asa knows if some of these options like the green bank and interest buy down it is called. If the regulator like the Energy Bureau has any power, let's say, in like if you have seen in other jurisdictions that they can. I don't think they can order something like this, but at some point incentivize or try to, or make the utility incentivize some of these, because, I see a lot of, we have seen small good programs here, like for the interest rate buy downs being very effective, but not, not a widespread program. So how can the Energy Bureau, interact or order something that could actually make this happen, if at all?
Yeah, it depends a lot on how the implementations are run in different places. So in New York and Connecticut and Rhode Island, for example, there's actually a state agency that is the Green Bank, and is using state funds and other sources of revenue to actually do that work, and so. There you're basically trusting in the fraternity between different state agencies that they all agree to be working together, to be supporting each other. In other places, like in Massachusetts on the interest rate buy down front, that my particular example that I gave of the loan that I got, that's a utility-run energy efficiency program, which is trying to achieve its regulatory goals that are very much overseen by the regulator in the state. And one of the tools they're using programmatically to achieve their goals are these interest rate buy downs, and so that it's essentially part of their efficiency program. So, where the program in which these tools would be used is a ratepayer-funded utility regulatory oversight kind of construct, then you definitely have the regulator, they're trying to push and require and make sure those programs are running well. So it really depends on the implementation, but so in some cases it's more of a state agency approach, and in other cases it's very much the regulators encouraging and supporting and enabling the utilities to try to do it well.
Well, thank you very much, Asa. That has been great for sharing that information. I think that, so one of the things that we're going to be doing, folks, all these presentations are going to be put up on the PREP's website, and you also will have his presentation where you will have his contact information. One of the things that I want to mention to the group is that on the Spanish channel, you are able to actually also raise your hand and actually ask questions or interject for collaborations. I want to highlight that those that are watching us through YouTube, we are not monitoring the YouTube. So if you want to collaborate or you want to ask questions, you will have to link through the agenda. If you have the English agenda, you will link through that agenda. If you have the Spanish agenda, you link, because the platform to interact is the MS Teams. So thank you very much. That was great. I appreciate it very much. So right now, and let me go ahead and spend a really quick second. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna spend a quick second, really quick here into the tools again for those that just joined us. So you will see that we have people are chatting on this channel. So you can go ahead and click on the chat icon, and you should be able to see you could comment if you want to through the chat. You also have the ability to raise your hand. If you raise your hand, we're going to be able to see that you want to interact, and then we will allow you to actually, in an orderly manner, to interact with the presenters. Okay, so right now who we got Ingeniero Doel Muñiz. Ingeniero Doel Muñiz, I released my screen, Doel, so you can actually grab the screen. Ingeniero Doel Muñiz is an engineer con el Departamento de Vivienda de Puerto Rico. He's going to be talking to us about potential funding opportunities arising from CDBG-DR funding. And also, he's going to be talking to us about the action plan that was already developed. And he's going to be talking to us about those instances where energy efficiency is accounted for. He's also going to be talking to us about potential opportunities on the same program, but for mitigation and the action plan that is being developed as we speak for Puerto Rico. So fantastic. We see your presentation, Doel. All yours.
Perfect. Good morning, everyone. I think I moved something here. Did you guys still see my presentation?
It looks great. It looks great. It's full slideshow. And remember, I can see your presentation, and underneath I can see you because you have your camera on.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
I am the one that can't see my presentation. Sorry. Let me see what I can move here.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna take it off and.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, there we go. Okay, so Jorge, thank you. Thank you all for your interest, and primarily thank you to PREP for the invitation. We are always really excited to share what we are doing back in Vivienda with the CDBG-DR dollars, and every just for you guys, every stakeholder to know about our our efforts and what has been happening to today and what's to come. For my first slide, I'm just really quick, just a really in a nutshell summary of what's comprises CDBGDR right now for Puerto Rico. As you may well know, it's a Congress allocation managed by HUD and administered in the local government by the Department of Housing. So our first allocation was for $1.5 billion. We have a second allocation of 8.2, for which we have access right now since a couple of months ago for $1.7 billion as a first tranche access. We also have $227 million that was added for unmet needs. We have 8.3 billion for mitigation. That's a notice that was published early this year, and we are actually right now working with the development of the action plan for the mitigation tranche. We are still waiting on a Federal Register notice that gives us the instructions to work with 1.9 billion, and this is supposed to be targeted for energy precisely. So that's a total of $20.2 billion for Puerto Rico for the long-term recovery. How does it work? Puerto Rico needs to develop an action plan for every single allocation that we receive. So obviously we already worked with the first one and received the approval from HUD. We actually just submitted the fourth amendment, and I can foresee other amendments to the action plan. It's dynamic and it's basically a live document. And it responds to the necessity and everything that's going on with the implementation. As I said, we're working on the mitigation action plan, which is an action plan on its own. There's a quick slide just showing you guys all the programs that we have right now. The ones with the green circles are for housing. Orange circles are for planning. Purple circles are for infrastructure, and the blue circles are for economic recovery. So going a little bit more into the weeds of our programs, I'm not going to talk about all 26 programs, but mainly of some of the programs that we felt would be of more importance or interest to this group. So starting with the R3 program, R3 stands for Repair, Reconstruction, or Relocation. This is for single-family dwellings that got affected or damaged by the hurricanes back in 2017. The program started with around $2.2 billion, and we received an incredible amount of applications. It's close to 27,000 applications, actually close to 28,000 applications, but eligible applications, as far as we know right now, we're close to 27. So the program exceeded our projections, and we needed, at one point, we had to move more money around the programs to account for all those applications and our projections. This is just an example of a house. This is a pretty nice house before the hurricanes. And what happened after the hurricanes? This pretty house got completely blown away, as you can see. The program is already working. This program actually started construction between the last week of February and the first week of March, but obviously got delayed or paused because of the lockdown and the pandemic. And we restarted construction activities late May. So this is the same house that you saw. This is, I don't know if you can see it, it's a little bit smaller there, but that's a render of what's that house gonna look like. This slide for you to get a grasp on the design features that this house is gonna have. This particular house, because of the family composition, it's gonna be a 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom. But we have houses for 3 bedrooms and 4 bedrooms also. It's gonna be built in compliance with all the current construction codes, and it's gonna be in compliance with a green building standard as the Federal Register notice require us. It's gonna include kitchen counters, Energy Star certified kitchen appliances, bathroom accessories, storm rated windows, ceiling fans on all bathrooms and living area and living rooms, Energy Star certified LED lighting fixtures, Energy Star certified solar water heaters. We're gonna have roughing for water cistern, roughing for emergency power generators, a carport, 180 square feet for a driveway, 50 square feet for of walkway, utility connections, and a softscape. So this is going to be a really nice house for this family, and a nice and secure house for this family.
So really quick comment, Duel. So is it fairly to assume that reconstruction using these funds, new buildings that are constructed using these funds, will have to meet the green building standard?
Yep. Basically, we need to comply with a green building standard, and I see some questions around there. I'm gonna talk a little bit more about it. But yeah, we have between our contractors, basically they had the opportunity to decide with which standard they were going to comply in their designs. So we have Energy Star. You know that Energy Star got say revamp or revised for the Caribbean, and it's actually doable now, not as before. It was a little bit more challenging. And we also have some contractors that are deciding to use ICC 700.
Right. So for us, moving forward, it will be good to know the number of how much reconstruction is being actually replaced with these new buildings in regards to planning. Doyle, if you don't mind, I got two really quick comments. So Lourdes Capó, if you want to go ahead and open your mic.
Thank you, and just hello. I feel that better than a generator, some housing that can provide their own 3 or 4 kilowatts storage, photovoltaic production. I'm sorry, I wasn't expecting to go on the air with my question, and storage, energy security and safety and the use of solar storage during the day and during the night. When you store it in an efficient energy storage system, you can provide energy to the home without having to use the utility, and in that way we can maybe someday hope to end the usage of peaker plants in our island. It's doable. Thank you.
Yes, Lourdes, thank you for your comment. I'm gonna be talking a little bit more about that. Remember, this program is targeted, as you see, as you saw the house, it's basically targeted to giving the family a new house or repair their existing house. That's depending on the qualification of the damages that the structure suffered. But when we talk about generators, we're talking about the roughing for it as well. We're gonna have the roughing for PV systems in these houses.
So let me go ahead and push two more, and then we can continue. So I got Jeff. So you can open your mic, Jeff.
Thanks, Jorge. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. So just a comment about the Green Building Standard, if you could say more maybe about the shell measures or I also thought about the air conditioning. I imagine that a big part of the load in Puerto Rico for many homes is air conditioning. Can you speak to how much of the energy efficient investment in this building focused on that usage? Thanks.
Yeah. Let me say. Let me put this caveat out there. I'm not the most expert on the topic, but I've gotta say, for compliance with the standards or with the program's not installing AC systems, so that's a part of it. But I think the rest of the answer for your question, you're gonna see it in the requirements for the standards. So I think I'm just gonna go ahead and share this slide with you guys. So basically, for the envelope, as you can see here, I don't know if you see my pointer. I believe you do.
Yes, we do.
Okay, so for the envelope and windows and doors, you have a wall insulation that should be at least of R5, and windows in all bedrooms shall meet the U value of 1.2 and SHGC 0.35. So let me, I don't know if up here. Okay. We have solar water heaters and bedroom mini splits HVACs. Actually, the programs that providing those right now, but it does provides as the Energy Star Caribbean program requires the seeding funds for all the areas. So I'm trying to look for the roofing R value that we also have as a minimum requirement. I don't see it here, but this was just as an example for you guys to see it. So yeah, I'm sorry, I don't know if I completely answered your question.
And there are ways to follow up with you if they need to follow up.
Yeah.
So let me do the following, Doyle. I got one more. Let me push one more, and then for planning purposes, you have about 20 minutes. But let me go ahead and put Hugo, you're up.
Thank you, Jorge. Doyle, great project. I like it. Especially you guys are pushing all the energy efficiency stuff within those new buildings, new constructions, and installing the ceiling fans. I think that's a brilliant idea. Regarding the emergency or backup generator, are those fuel diesel generators? I know you are going to talk about more, instead of maybe placing fuel-based emergency units, having, as Lourdes mentioned, PV plus storage. That I think will make more sense, and if we all want to achieve clean energy in the island.
I completely agree. And when we talk about the generators, we're just talking about the roughing. So basically, we're talking about the transfer switch to be included in the home. We're not providing the generator right now within this program.
Okay. Will the generator then will be purchased by homeowner, or no emergency generator at all at this time?
The homeowner can supply or buy his own generator, but again, within this program, it's not provided. We're just gonna leave all the roughing available for the home to be ready to receive either a generator or a PV systems with batteries.
Excellent. Yeah, thank you. And finally, a good idea will be to have all these homeowners to notify them, or connect with PREPA, so that PREPA can engage them within the net metering program as well. Thank you, Doyle. Thank you.
Definitely, thank you. Thank you for that recommendation. We're actually giving all the information of the houses that are being built through the program to PREPA, to PRASA, and obviously to the Junta de Planificación, to the planning board, for them all to have coordination and have visibility of everything that's been done within the planning board, more so because of the code compliance. You know, in Puerto Rico, we have a big problem with code compliance, and it's a really important part of the program that we're supplying a big quantity of homes that are actually in compliance. Okay, so Jorge, we don't have anything else?
We're good. Thank you much, Doyle. That was fantastic. Thank you.
Okay, of course, perfect. I'm just gonna go really quick with the next couple of slides. This is the ICC 700. It's just as an example. It comprises a lot of more elements to it, but this is just as an example. So within this program, we have some designs that have been based on Energy Star, and other designs that have been based on ICC 700. So moving to the next program, this is the how we call it, the Gap to LIHTC, and LIHTC stands for Low Income Housing Tax Credits Program. I know Asa mentioned in his presentation some projects from this program. This is a program that's already underway, has accounts with $413 million, and how it works, this is just a render of one of our projects, Jose Gautier Benitez. It's already on its way. These programs, for the ones, well, I'm not gonna go into the weeds of how LIHTC works, but it's basically the housing credits, like bonuses, emissions, and it develops properties, multifamily properties, that can be rented for between 15 to 20 years, and eventually the property it's for the developer to sell the units and whatnot, but it gives the program the opportunity to supply at least 20 years of low income rent. So this is a really quick snapshot of the program, of this project, I'm sorry. This is the project underway. I believe this picture is for probably like 2 months ago. So I don't have a little bit more of the program going. So what we have right now was an emission of 9% in these LIHTC projects. There are 7 projects. Those represent 981 units. Started with Jose Gautier Benitez, as I told you, in Caguas. We have the Diego Village in Rio Piedras, San Blas in Coamo, Sabana Village, that's in San Juan. And so the forecast for the program basically continue executing the rest of the contracts for the 9% portfolio. We actually have the launch of a 4% funding round that's expected to have a QAP. That's basically the instructions and the availability of the funds or of the program. We are expected to have it in the next months. And that one's going to have approximately $300 million in funding. So next program for the social interest housing. This is a program that's targeted for projects or programs that already existed. These organizations that has houses for people in vulnerable scenarios, being drugs or women that have been abused or whatnot. So we have organizations like I'm just gonna say one out of the blue. So La Casita de Jesús, a lot of people in Puerto Rico knows them. That kind of projects or organizations, they can apply to this program, and through it they could have funding for just to provide more aid to this population. And in that effort, the program could supply resiliency elements within energy, within water. They could even improve or construct new, expand on the building itself. For that program, we have $32.5 million. As I said, nonprofit organizations and NGOs that serve vulnerable or at-risk populations. Before going to that one, resilience updates could include energy backup or supplementations, such as solar systems or PV systems, including generators also, water catchment systems, and building hardening or retrofitting to their buildings. Okay, so moving to this program, I believe this is a program that's it's going to be really of high interest to this group. This is the Community Energy and Water Resilience Installations Program. It's a program that accounts for $300 million right now. It actually started with $436 million, and it's one of the programs that suffer because the R3 program exceeded everyone's expectations. But we foresee the program getting more money at the moment that the program is running and the operation is going, and if it's as we foresee, I think it's going to be a success of a program when it's available. So obviously, I already mentioned it. It's not available right now. It's pending, but we're working with it. We're working with HUD and internally for the language of the program. There are a couple of concerns within the program regarding the applicability, because everything that's DR has to be directly related or has to have a tieback directly to the hurricanes. Anyways, I'm gonna explain to you guys in a broad manner what's the program efforts or what does the program pretends. So this program basically will support home energy and water efficiency improvements. So this is something pretty similar in a sense to what the weatherization efforts imply. Resiliency energy installations on localized level, such as solar panels and microgrids, as well as water catchment systems. It will be focused on energy and water security at community and household scales. The forecast as general to serve residents and communities across the island to increase localized energy and water resiliency and security. Again, we're working with this program. I believe at the end of the day, when it's available, it's going to be really successful. Our main goal is to provide the opportunity for every household to participate, and that's mainly what we're dealing with right now, to try and make this available not just for the house that got impacted by the hurricane, but for everyone in the island. And I believe this program will be extended from the DR to the mitigation tranche of our programs, and it's going to be fed through the mitigation money also.
Doel, if you allow me really quick, we have a question from Mariana on the Spanish channel. Maybe Gerardo will have to articulate that one. While we get to that question, let's go ahead and allow Juan Diaz. So Juan Diaz, please go ahead. Oh, you can open the mic.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Doel, basically a question. I was trying to know if this program that is pending is going to be managed by you guys, or you are thinking about to sign an MOU and have DDEC managing it.
I'm sorry, who's speaking?
Doel is Juan Carlos from the other side. Good morning.
Saludos, Juan Carlos. Good morning. No, that's basically all of our programs, or the majority of our programs, we work them with either a partner or we contract a PM service to manage the program. It's a lot of programs that we're working with. We have right now 26 programs within 5 portfolios. So it's a lot of work, and I don't think that the Department of Housing pretends to manage it's not the north of thinking of the management to manage all the programs. And this program also will have probably a partner, either DDEC, that obviously we know that DDEC manages already weatherization program, or either DDEC or APM. That's part of the. We need to finish with the design of the program and what we can, and define what we can do as of right now with the DR money. That's the most important part of it. And well, it's a program that's already approved in our action plan and whatnot, but regardless, it has arised some inquiries from HUD and whatnot. So once we get that done, we should be able to move forward and either be with a collaboration from DDEC or from some PMs. We would definitely have support from external parties.
Thank you. I agree with you. You know, this is a huge and a very important program obviously for this industry. And yeah, my question was directed because unfortunately in the past, DDEC have some issues with funding with the other incentive program that they were managing. So yeah, I think it will be more positive for the participants to ensure that everything is going to be handled by Vivienda in a good way, that in the same way you guys have been managing all the other programs. So thank you.
No, thank you for your question. And again, that's Vivienda's north and administrative line of thinking. Our goal is for the programs to be executable, not to have programs that look nice in a presentation as the one that I'm sharing with you guys or in paper in the guidelines. They need to be executable programs that people can access the funds.
Perfecto. Thank you very much, Joel. We have a question from the Spanish channel. So, Gerardo, can you pass the question, please? Si puede pasar la pregunta, Gerardo, se lo agradezco.
Buenas, María Luisa. ¿Me escuchan bien?
Le escuchamos con un feedback. No sé si a lo mejor los demás apagamos el micrófono. Yo inclusive voy a apagar el mío.
Jose, just try it again. And if by some reason we have too much feedback due to technical... Yeah, it may be that it may be technically difficult to do it. So, Jose, if we can get the question through the chat, we will appreciate it. Sí, Doel, muchísimas gracias. Thank you much. So yeah, let's go ahead and continue.
Okay, perfect. So for the next program, I want to present you guys is the Municipal Recovery Planning. This is a municipal effort. A huge planning effort. I think it's a huge opportunity for Puerto Rico to get up to speed with a lot of efforts that had been regarded for years. So there's $39 million available in the program for municipalities. The program is already on its way. It aims to have all 78 municipalities with assigned subrecipient. I think this didn't get it updated, but yeah, we have a really big part of the municipios with subrecipient agreements already. They can access the funds and do everything within the administrative efforts to the whole planning effort. And the importance of this program is it goes far beyond from what's the rest of the CDBGDR or MIT funding. What the program pretends is to do a holistic planification that goes to the future, 30 years into the future. So obviously from this program, it's going to be feeding projects to other programs. That's why I have this slide here. I'm just going to use city revitalization as an example. This is another program that I'm going to talk really quickly about. But city revitalization is a program that will do projects in a municipal level. It's going to have a couple of phases. First phase will be the direct. It's already started. But the second and third phases, they are going to be fed through this program. So projects planned through this municipal recovery planning will be going to be directly feeding the city revitalization program. And same thing happens with the other programs that I have here that may be fed through the program. So really quickly, non-federal match program. This was a program that prior to having this title, it was called FEMA Coordination Program. It was exclusively targeted to make the match for the PA from FEMA. Eventually, we changed that, and we just wanted to be available for other federal entities or agencies that have different efforts and also need a match to get their projects or their programs running. Right now, it accounts with $1 billion for the program. It seems like a lot of money, but the reality is that Puerto Rico has a lot of necessities, and they definitely surpass that amount. So yeah, with that said, we as a program are actually in a moment of identifying other sources and looking how we can complement with the mitigation funds also. So this program aims to have all 78 municipalities with a signed subrecipient agreement and open up pathways for reimbursement of cash flow at the local level or on critical recovery projects by the end of this year. I don't remember how many we have, but we already have a significant amount of municipalities on board. PRDOH will increase the reimbursement level to support the local match requirements for municipalities who are currently focused primarily on small projects under FEMA PA by the end of this year. Going into city revitalization program that I already talked a little bit about it in MRP. This is a program that accounts with $1.2 billion. It's already on its way. We are already doing subrecipient agreements with municipalities. As I mentioned before, it's gonna work in phases. So round one, it accounts with $600 million. It's already on its way. Municipalities have already received a notice of funding allocations for them. We're working on the advancement of subrecipient agreements and conduct technical assistance workshops. We've actually done quite a few technical TA workshops already. The municipalities for this first phase, the municipalities may propose a range of infrastructure projects, which could include infrastructure related to public facilities that could incorporate resilient energy components. This is for the first phase. As I mentioned before, the second and third phases will be feeding the projects that are developed from the municipal recovery planning.
So Doel, really quick for planning purposes, we got about 5 more minutes, and let me go ahead and bring Guillermo Rivera. So please go ahead and open the mic for your question.
Good morning, Engineer, Mr. Muñiz. My question, you answered one away because my question was in which program of CBDDR is the municipalities can submit proposal for energy efficiency project, and you see that the last one that you speak about is the one that I suppose is working on that way. So we are going to evaluate that and submit because we have some interest projects in blue buildings in the city that we want to develop energy efficiency initiative.
That's great. That's great to know. What municipality?
Caguas.
Caguas, perfect. That's great to know. And yeah, precisely. This is the program that municipalities can leverage on this funding and use it for quite a few eligible activities within the program. This is actually the first allocation of this $600 million. You can see a wide range, obviously, depending on different factors that we took in consideration. San Juan has an allocation of $20 million, and the lesser that has is Jayuya with $5.2 million. Okay. These are going to be really quick, just for you guys to know this is going to be available. Economic Development Investment for Portfolio for Growth. This is an $800 million program. $200 million are going to be targeted to key projects. This is meaning this is basically public policy from the administration, but It's targeted to health infrastructure within the Centro Médico and the new cancer center in San Juan, and in Puerta de Tierra also may have some efforts within these funds. The other $600 million is going to be a competitive phase. Again, everything needs to comply with one of the green standards as defined by HUD or as specified by HUD. And so we encourage the use of PV systems, alternate energy sources, and this is, I believe, is going to be a really interesting program. Really, a program that's going to be of a lot of attention because the people investing the money within the program, they could have, this is going to be a loan-based, low-interest loan program that when you work with it and you comply with a lot of different factors that we're taking in consideration, that those being local participation, how many jobs, job creation, along with other elements that we're considering, the loan can have a significant part for give. Sorry. We have the workforce training program. This is a program that already we already closed an application the period for proposals. We receive a huge amount of proposals. I can't speak as I don't know exactly or precisely what proposals did we receive, but I've since the beginning of this program, since the inception of this program, one of the main things that we saw that could arise from it was the ramp up of education on what's PV systems and technical skills for alternate energy sources. So hopefully it works within these topics. Small business incubators and accelerators. This is just wanted to mention it. It's targeted to this type of organizations, incubators and accelerators that help small businesses. But the main what the program aims is to give these organizations or companies the ability to continue their operations and to continue helping out the small businesses, help them when we have the next disaster, help them have a continuity of their operations. And that comprises of obviously different elements of resiliency and even expanding their capacity, their actual capacity. So Jorge, I don't know if we have time still.
So yeah, if you can actually, on the mitigation funding, if you can actually give us a summary, like a 1-minute summary, what is the gist?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Basically, let's just say that it was approved, the Federal Register notice was approved early this year. We've been working with what's the action plan for it. We have to submit. We're gonna do available. We're gonna do available in our webpage the late September. We're gonna have a draft of the action plan published. That draft is gonna have 45 days for public comments. So I encourage everyone in this meeting to be aware of that, and at that moment, give the action plan read it through and give us your feedback. That's really important for the program. Without that feedback, it's not the same. We need the feedback from the Pública and from other organizations. We have been doing some outreach, and I believe there's something. There's going to be something pretty soon for energy focused invitation. So there's going to be PREP and other organizations, PREPA, that we are expecting to have and participate of this conversation.
No, listen, that is fantastic. So really quick, okay, that's the question. So how much money available? And then there are going to be some energy efficiency components to this funding, correct?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Okay. Definitely. If we're talking about mitigation, we have to have energy efficiency, and we have to have alternate energy sources. So within those, we have $8.2 billion. That's basically the action plan. I have the 1.9 there, but that's basically we waiting for the electrical power system enhancement Federal Register notice.
So one of the things, because we are seeking public input, one of the things to consider, this is a stakeholder group, and we're considering things to move the space forward. One of the things is probably to use some kind of a vehicle like this for you to gather that public input to mold the public action plan for the mitigation funds. And so a big takeaway that I got from this is that you are already, it's not that you need to grab the funds. You are already using funds to reconstruct, to actually do new construction of buildings that were actually decimated by the hurricane. And those are going to be more efficient buildings. It seems that that needs to be coordinated for the planning of PREPA, because they know that, consumption will be lower as a function of those funds that are already being implemented for those measures. So let me do the following, Doel. I got Director Oquendo. So let me go ahead and open Director Oquendo, and then after that, we will go for a break. But let me go ahead and push that one, and we should go ahead and resume and finish with this presentation. So Director Oquendo, please go ahead and open the mic.
Yes, thank you, Camacho, and good morning. This is a great presentation, great news. I believe this is a great opportunity for Puerto Rico, and first of all, you could count with our support on whatever is needed on making this deployment effective. I have just a question, because since my experience as a director, been doing great efforts of doing energy efficiency, renewable generation, do you have, if Vivienda has a plan of just tracking all these efforts and start taking those measures and see if we're heading towards the commitment based on Act 17 of having those goals of 40% renewables for 2025 and so on? Does the Vivienda has a parallel plan for just keep measuring all the efforts and all the good planning that you're presenting?
Yeah, definitely. I think within Vivienda and what we're doing as administrating the funds and these programs, we have developed a really robust data collection or data management processes, and that's one of our main goals. I don't think Vivienda is going to actually be doing or have that actual responsibility for compliance with Act 17 as a direct responsibility, as in doing the whole calculations or everything. But we are really focused on having everything on ¿cómo se dice eso, Jan? Like an inventory of everything that we are developing, every single data of every single project that we are developing, and I think the most important part in that regard will be to for us to share it with the corresponding agencies, particularly with PREPA and as I mentioned before with the planning board also, that I know they are overseeing all these efforts.
Great, great. I'm just saying because that communication with PrEP and our agency, our program, basically, it should be very important just to make sure, or just it's going to be a more successful plan if public policy is being addressed during the process.
Definitely, definitely. I completely concur. Thank you. And yeah, this is something that we really need to be looking forward, not just CDBGDR funds, but we need to be looking forward well beyond these funds. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joel. So I got a question from the Spanish channel. I want to make sure that we ask that question from you. So Mariana is asking if the programs that you're talking about, they need to meet the green building standards.
Yeah, every single program.
Yeah. So that
there's. Yeah, that's the quick answer. Yes.
That was an easy one. So now the last one, Hugo, please go ahead. You can open the mic.
Thank you, Jorge. Doyle, again, thank you for the presentation. As Jorge mentioned, right, this is a collaborative effort for the benefit of the island. I will really like to contribute on the community energy programs you guys have in mind, or the community microgrid initiatives you guys have in mind, so that we can engage the electrical system, PREPA, right, in the program, so that a microgrid can actually offer its benefits, which is keep the lights on under emergency condition, like a hurricane, for instance. Is it possible to have your contact information, Doyle?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. If you can please share it in the chat.
I'll share it in the chat. Yeah, count with it. I'll share it in a couple of minutes.
So, Ingeniero Muñiz, you are a very solicited person. So this has been fantastic. Thank you so much for sharing with us. I want to add that this presentation will be posted in our website, and we're going to talk about the different tools that we have to continue the collaboration at the end of the workshop. So what we're going to do right now is we are going to take a break of 10 minutes. We are going to come back at 11:20. It's right now 11:10. At 11:20, we're going to have Ingeniera Varela speak to us about potential funding opportunities being considered by Congress. So thank you very much, and we will see you in 10 minutes.
Thank you.
So good morning. We're getting ready to have Ingeniera Varela present to us. I'm going to release the screen, and you should, let me go ahead and just give me 1 second really quick here. Okay. So let me go ahead and introduce Ingeniera Varela. Margarita Varela is going to be talking to us about their potential on session. Here we go. Yeah. So she's going to be talking to us about potential funding opportunities that may be being considered by Congress. Again, I'm going to remind people that if you got any kind of questions that you want to have any kind of collaboration, to use the raise your hand icon so we can actually orderly pass through your collaborations, questions, and any other kind of interaction. And then to remind everybody that remember, people, that if you have your camera on, even though you are seeing Margarita, we can see you. So have that in the back of your mind, guys. So the floor is yours, Ingeniera Varela.
Thank you very much. I want to thank PrEP for the opportunity to join today's event. As Jorge said, I am here to speak about potential opportunities for Congress to provide additional resources to Puerto Rico to address energy efficiency. I work for the House Natural Resources Committee under the leadership of Chairman Raúl Grijalva. The committee has general jurisdiction over matters that affect Puerto Rico, and I am the counsel for the committee's Office of Insular Affairs. Pretty much I'm going to give a brief overview of our oversight and legislative activities related to energy, Puerto Rico's energy system. First, the work we have done related to oversight can be summarized the following way. Since Hurricanes Irma and Maria affected Puerto Rico, the committee has prioritized oversight over the transformation of the Puerto Rico Electric Power Authority. And we have held 2 hearings to hear from the residents of the island and also from businesses what are their needs, so we can prioritize legislation moving forward. And in summary, we can say that our priorities are that any federal aid that is provided to PREPA is utilized to invest in clean, more affordable, and reliable energy. So that's the work we have done in terms of oversight to establish our priorities. We have held meetings with the Puerto Rico Electric Power Authority, also with PREP, with many stakeholders on the island, including the private sector, nonprofit organizations, to establish the priorities that I just mentioned. And that information has informed our legislative priorities. We have assess different legislative vehicles to identify the possibilities to provide additional resources to PREPA and to the government of Puerto Rico, other agencies, to address energy efficiency needs on the island, which frankly were mentioned to us by PrEP in our initial conversation. And what we have discovered is that the existing vehicles that have been created, and those are some of the programs that have been mentioned before, including the SEP and WAP, the programs that are under the Department of Energy, cannot easily be adjusted to be utilized to provide additional funding for the government of Puerto Rico. Nevertheless, we have identified another opportunity, which we think is very unique and is related to all the climate change efforts that the House is doing to to follow on that priority, or to give continuation to the conversations that we have had with PrEP and also with other stakeholders. And pretty much the House of Representatives has established a select committee on climate change, and this has turned into a priority in the House that has resulted in reports. But most importantly, other committees, including the House Natural Resources Committee, have utilized that information to develop new legislation. And currently, the Natural Resources Committee I work for is in the process of developing the first territorial climate change bill. And as we know, there is a connection between energy efficiency and climate change. So what we are currently doing, and we are as we speak, drafting this legislation, is putting on paper a proposal that can be used for conversations moving forward on how to provide additional energy efficiency assistance, but not only energy efficiency, because as I mentioned, this is a climate change effort for Puerto Rico and the other territories. So I view this as opportunities moving forward in the long term outside of the current framework that can move this conversation forward to ensure that in the long term, Puerto Rico and other territories have additional sources of funding to address the needs of the Puerto Rico Electric Power Authority and other government agencies. Now, we are collaborating with the Congressional Research Services to identify proposals that can be included in this climate change bill. We have also reached out to other groups that specialize in the energy priorities on the island. But I want to use this also as an opportunity to invite all of you to, if you have identified gaps that can be addressed through legislation, and by that I mean new programs that could be created under the Department of Energy, new programs that could be created under the Department of Agriculture or HUD, as an example, to communicate with us, because this is, as I mentioned, the first effort to actually address those gaps. And full disclosure, we don't have a lot of resources within the committee, so we do rely on the support that we receive from not only government agencies, but also from the private sector to put together these initial proposals that that hopefully can serve as part of the conversation moving forward to provide resources to address these priorities. So I encourage all of you to reach out to me directly. I will be typing my email and my phone number for all of you to have. But this is something that we are drafting, as I said, as I speak. So so don't miss out on the opportunity to submit your recommendations. We would greatly appreciate your input. I'm happy to provide more information. I know that I provided very general information about the work we're doing, but let me know if there's anything else I can address.
Can you go a little bit, if possible, into the scope of how energy efficiency measures will make sense for? We do understand that this program is for territories, but on your view, because you know you're homegrown, how on your view, how those energy efficiency measures will make sense for the island?
Well, in terms of energy efficiency, we recognize that the resources that are being provided to DOE specifically are not sufficient to ensure that low-income families can improve their equipment, and we know there is a connection between that and the limits to achieve energy savings. So we, at a minimum, are trying to prioritize that. In terms of concrete opportunities that we have identified, I can give you the example of DOE's Tribal Energy Policy and Programs Office, which was established to provide additional resources to Indian country to ensure that they can have experts assigned to them that can help with the long-term planning of their energy infrastructure, and also to provide not only to address the long-term planning, but also to provide additional resources outside the scope of the programs that we have already mentioned to invest in those communities. So those are the things that we are exploring. But I am sure that there may be other gaps out there that we are not aware of. And if people like the stakeholders that are exposed to these programs have any suggestions, we can certainly follow up on that to make sure that it's included and those ideas can be refined, so we can have a comprehensive proposal, not just for Puerto Rico. That's pretty much our priority for this group, but also for other jurisdictions that have similar needs.
So in regards to timelines, how fast do you think that bill is going to move through?
Well, right now we're in the process of drafting it.
Right.
And for me, the goal is to have an initial draft, ideally, and I'm talking about the initial draft by the end of this month. That does not mean that after we have an initial draft, we can include additional proposals or sections or programs. But we're trying to do this as quickly as possible to make sure that at least we have something that can be presented to groups, because we think that once we have something in writing that can be shared, it's easier for others to provide more recommendations.
Fantastic. Fantastic. So the group, you have shared your contact information. I will encourage the group. We get in touch with Ingeniera Varela, and she is truly a great champion for the island. So listen, thank you very much. Hopefully you can be in and out throughout the day with the other presentations.
Of course, and to answer, there may be a question about who to address. Previously.
Oh, please go ahead, please. Yes.
Yes. Feel free to send them to me and include that it's information to be considered for the climate change bill, and I'm happy to review it and consider it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing. That was fantastic. Thank you so much, and have a great day. So right now we are going to have Bob Coates and Luis Bernal from the USDA. They're going to be sharing with us. There's some financing tools that they actually are using. They're going to be talking to us specifically about the RESP program and the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Loan Program. So what I'm going to do, we're going to pass the floor to Luis. Can you hear us, Luis?
Yes,
fantastic. I got you. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share with the audience two of the in the Rural Utility Service. For those of you who are not familiar with the Rural Utility Service, it's an agency or a component within the Rural Development Mission area of the Department of Agriculture, and I'll get in further details once I start my presentation. My colleague, Bob Coates, it's also be joining us today, and it's joining us via mobile. So Bob, can you identify yourself?
Yes, hello, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. Can you hear me?
You're coming across very good. We can listen to you, and we can, yeah, it's coming across very, very well.
Well, great.
So having said that, what I would like to do now is to start with our presentation. So what we are going to be talking today, it's primarily focus on the Rural Energy Savings Program. It's a program that was launched in 2016, and it has evolved over time as a result of lessons learned, congressional amendments to the program, to final regulation that was issued April. So we are also going to address the energy efficiency and conservation loan program. The one distinction that I would like to make today is that for those of you who are familiar with rural development programs, energy programs, the ones that we are going to be talking today are primarily focused on utilities. There are other programs such as the Rural Energy for America program, a very well-known program in Puerto Rico that is targeting other market sectors, and those programs are fundamentally carried by state office. The ones that I'm going to be talking right now are fundamentally carried out or delivered by our national office here in Washington, D.C. So part of the agenda for today, I'm going to be doing a quick introduction to rural development, and then transitioning into the rural electric program under ROS, and then we will get into the details of the rural energy savings program. So what is rural development? So rural development has a loan portfolio of more than $230 billion to bring enhanced economic opportunity to the nation. It's comprised of three main areas: rural housing, rural utility service, and rural business and co-op service. The program that I mentioned, the REAP, it's housed in the rural business cooperative service, whereas the ones that I'm going to be talking today are the ones who are under the rural utility service. So we offer loans, grants, and loan guarantees. The two programs that I'm going to be talking today are loans. So, hello. So we, by supporting loans to businesses through banks, credit unions, electric utilities, community managed lending pools, and alike. We also offer technical assistance and information to help agricultural producers and co-ops get started and improve the effectiveness of their operations. And that one is carried out by our sister agency, the Rural Business Services. The Rural Utility Service is fundamentally arranged in three big areas that has, it's the way the program is arranged. Where Bob and I work, we have the water and wastewater and environmental program, which also it's one of our divisions, and they provide financing for infrastructure in the water and wastewater space. And then we have the telecom group, which it's focused on providing telecom and broadband. More recently, their primary program, which is Reconnect. So the Rural Utility Service, we make loans and loan guarantees for electric power system construction, improvement, replacements, and aiming at providing the electric service in rural areas. We have approximately 700 borrowers and grantees. When I mention grantees, is because we have a small program called, it's a grant program called High Energy Cost Grant. So we have a portfolio that touches on around 46 states. The ones that we have in terms of loans for energy efficiency are the energy efficiency and conservation loan program and the rural energy savings program. A little bit of background. The Rural Utility Service, the electric program, it's what it's formerly known as the Rural Electrification Administration. It goes back to the 1930s when it was when it started to provide electricity to the rural communities of our country. RUS, the electric program, develops and maintains 56 standards and bulletins updated periodically. And for those of you who are following the recovery of Puerto Rico, around May of 2018, announced to the public that they were going to use the RUS standards as a baseline for reconstruction. We have approximately 90 employees. Most of us are here in DC, whereas we have around 27 general field representatives around the country providing customer service and helping the co-ops and other utilities apply and participate in our program. We have around a $45 billion portfolio as of 2020, and our annual approximately 5.5 in terms of funding authority to carry out our mission. The next slide, and the one that you should be seeing in your screen right now, it's a comparison of the two programs that I mentioned early on. The Rural Energy Savings Program to the far right, and the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Loan Program in the column at the middle of the screen. What we did in this specific slide is to make a side-by-side so that the audience could see the fundamental differences, because under the rural energy, the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Loan Program, you have flexibilities that look like the ones that are done through the Rural Energy Savings Program. However, the Rural Energy Savings Program, the cost of capital is different and the structure is also different. So now let's get into further details about the two of them. The eligibility for Energy Efficiency and Conservation Loan Program, are you providing services in rural areas? And in the Rural Energy Savings Program, even though it's targeted to utilities, it's far more expansive in terms of who can apply. So if it's a subsidiary of a utility, that entity in and of itself can apply for a RESP loan. An entity that is doing energy efficiency as a primary business purpose, that can also apply to the Rural Energy Savings Program financing facilities. In terms of the purpose of the programs, the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Loan Program is targeting the utilities to help them manage their load growth or a more beneficial load profile, whereas in the Rural Energy Savings Program is to help families and rural small businesses reduce their energy costs or consumption. Now, the cost of capital in both of them, it's different. In the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Loan Program is the Treasury rate plus 1/8 of a point, whereas in the Rural Energy Savings Program, it's at 0%. So 0% cost of paying your principal all through the amortization schedule. The interest rate that the borrower can charge to the ultimate consumer is also different. Why? Because this is a relending program. The way and the structure of the program is that the borrower, let's say the utility, and we will show specific examples at the end of our presentation, it's going to take the loan and then relend for the very specific purpose of providing energy efficiency investments. Now, in the energy conservation, the borrower can charge up to 1.5%. But if the borrower can show to the satisfaction of the administrator that they need to charge more, that could be waived. So on a case-by-case basis, that 1.5% premium, if you will, to the ultimate consumer can be increased depending on the circumstances. In the Rural Energy Savings Program, the interest rate that can be charged to the consumer is capped at 5%. So it doesn't have to be 5%, it's up to 5%, which is the markup to them. Advances, the way they are carried out are different. In the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Loan Program, it's based on a reimbursable basis. So you're not going to get a lump sum at the beginning of the loan. You're going to be on a reimbursable basis Whereas in the Rural Energy Savings Program, it could be on a reimbursable basis or advancing depending at the beginning, depending on the amount of loans that are expected within 1 year. So it runs in basically year by year structure. In terms of advances that can be drawn down to begin the program, in the Rural Energy Savings Program is 4%, whereas in the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Loan Program, it could be up to 5%. Normally, under the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Loan Program, the maximum loan term will be 15 years, or the useful life of the equipment, whereas in the Rural Energy Savings Program, it's up to 20 years. And as I mentioned before, it's to carry out on-bill financing structures for energy efficiency. Now I'd like to show you a very brief overview of fundamentally what I mentioned, and it is that the RUS will be making funding available to eligible borrowers, and I'll describe who are eligible borrowers shortly, and they will make those funds available to their customers for energy efficiency measures. Now, they can charge up to 5%, and the loan to your customer, meaning if you are a borrower, it has to be up to 10 years. So that's a critical component. The loan from the RUS borrower to the ultimate consumer is up to 10 years, whereas the maximum maturity of the loan from RUS to the borrower is 20 years. This is a basic program evolution. It started with the Agricultural Act or Farm Bill of 2014. The first appropriations happened in 2016, and then 2018, some amendments were introduced to the program that resulted in, for example, an increase in the interest rate that can be charged borrower to the ultimate consumer. At the beginning of the program, it was capped at 3%. It's now capped at 5%, and that's one of the significant changes that were introduced and adopted with the Farm Bill of 2018. And that led to the publication of the regulation back in April of this year, which is now 7 CFR Part 1719. The program will be announced as funding is available. Right now, we have Bob expand on this one, but we have been seeing high levels of interest and subscribe, especially after April of this year. But in general, we had $100 million available in the program. So each year, fundamentally, you're going to be seeing notices if we get funding to carry out a program with letting the public know when are we going to start receiving applications and the process. However, the regulation is pretty comprehensive in terms of and the program will be carried out. One of the fundamental things that were introduced in the 2018 Farm Bill is that that now on and off-grid renewable energy are considered energy efficiency measures eligible for the program, as well as energy. The other are for those who are participating in the rural utility service program, so that in the calculation of those financial feasibility components, match and meet those without any further burden on them. So as I mentioned, this is the brief description of the evolution. As I made, and to date, we have around $100 million for the program. This is the language included in the 2000 appropriation, which basically allowed us to the borrowers to provide the loans across their service territory, even though they might not necessarily be. It has to be serving a rural area as a primary goal.
Luis, really quick,
yes.
a quick remark and a quick question. So energy storage is, I mean, I think that's remarkable, right? Energy storage now is considered an energy efficiency measure. That means that they're eligible to be wrapped up into the funding that could be used. So the funding, these loans could be used to procure this kind of equipment, right?
Yes, specifically in the Rural Energy Savings Program, yes. The short answer is yes. As a result of the 2018 Farm Bill, and now it's included in inflation, is specifically recognized as an energy efficiency measure eligible for funding under this program. And
then I think you were mentioning that there may be some provisions for advance for startup activities. Do you know a specific example? What practically, what does that mean? I mean, will they advance your funds?
Yes. For example, if you take a loan in the amount of 10 million and you want to have 4% of the 10 million to start up your energy efficiency program. Let's say that you begin your energy. You are allowed by in this specific case to draw down up to 4% of the entire 4 million to begin the project, to begin your energy efficiency program. And then the remaining one is to be for lending purposes. Make sense?
Great, thanks.
Okay, sure. So the next slide, and the one that you should be seeing right now, it's a description or where we've been seeing the most activity. I want to mention that this is a fluid and a dynamic slide. So just because you're seeing this now, that doesn't mean it's not gonna change. I am sure it's gonna change within the next 60 days or so as we progress. In reviewing the loan applications that are coming in to our Office of Loan Origination and Loan Approval. I do want to mention that even though you see here the number of loans in South Carolina only has 2 listed here, the thing that I want to bring to your attention is that even though South Carolina is listed here with 2, it's a very good example of how multiple utilities, in this case in South Carolina, multiple co-ops, I think memory serves me, it's about 7 of them, even though it's growing. They arrange themselves into a single entity that it's carrying out their energy efficiency for the benefit of those electric utilities. And so even though you see here 2, we can see that in terms, if we were thinking about how many really big, close to 10, if you will. But this one is showing you the multiple entities that have been participating across the nation. We have an example here of an aggregator basically participating also as a result of their state regulatory and legal framework allowing them to operate pretty much like a utility. So this is just for illustration purposes to show how the program has been evolving and where we see of the participation. So this is also a slide to show you how the program has been behaving. So we don't have a cap nor a floor on the amount that can be requested. The loan size. But what we have been seeing so far, it's loans ranging from $200,000 up to $13 million. The average loan size is around $4.35 million, and this is the distribution of the multiple that we have under portfolio. So I already addressed the purpose of the program, and then let's talk a little bit about who can borrow under the Rural Energy Savings Program. As I mentioned, it's any utility that it's a borrower or it's paying a loan with us, an entity owned by them, and perhaps the one that is likely to capture the attention in Puerto Rico is the last one, which is corporations, state, territory, subdivision agencies, municipalities, people's utility districts, co-ops, non-profit, limited dividend, or mutual associations that provide or propose to provide eligible purposes on the rest that we discussed, including energy efficiency, renewable energy, energy storage, or energy conservation related services, improvements, financing, and relending. And that's a big change that happened in April of this year. So I want to bring to your attention that this is something fairly new, and that we are starting to see a lot of interest in entities that go beyond the traditional electric utilities that we have under our portfolio. The application process, and I'll try to be very brief here. So it starts with a letter of intent. The letter of intent, it's a fairly simple document, and then I'll show the elements of the letter of intent. We also provide a letter of intent, which is basically a fill-in-the-blank kind of document so that you can begin your process. And it's a first come, first served, and the process begins with the letter of intent. So if you are interested, take a look at the requirements of the letter of intent, and if it's in your interest, we encourage people to submit the letter of intent, because we will be inviting entities to proceed with the complete loan application, the pre-screening standards, and also making sure that they are consistent with the statutory purposes of the program. Once an entity is invited to proceed with the loan application, and this is a written communication from us to the applicant, they will have 90 days to work with our general field representatives and our staff at the national office in completing the loan application. And then it will be received by our Office of Loan Origination and Loan Application for review. And if the loan is approved, then a conditional commitment letter will be issued, and the entity will have up to 60 days to provide a response as to whether or not they are willing and able to meet the conditions of the loan. So what are the two fundamental components of the letter of intent? One of them is we want to know the applicant's profile, which would be the official name, the legal status, any affiliation with our US. So these components in the left-hand side of yours, fundamentally to let us know what the entity that is pursuing a potential RESP loan looks like, and so that we can have a better understanding as to whether or not, or clarify as to whether or not they meet the requirements to participate in the program. The second part of that, which is the one at the right-hand side of your screen, is a project description. We want to know what the project that you would like to pursue looks like, and how the relending process is going to be, what is your marketing strategy. At this point in time, we don't ask you to be very specific, just a general overview of how you are anticipating to carry out the program. And as you can see here, it's limited to 5 pages. So it has to be brief. So that's the maximum amount of pages that we will allow for the project description. These are the elements that I mentioned before. Elements of the loan application. Once you are invited to proceed and you will have to submit a cover letter, a board resolution authorizing the application and establishment and establishing the energy efficiency program, articles of incorporation, the environmental compliance agreement. It's a multi-tier agreement. We discussed this with the applicant through the application process before it is received, the full application is fully received from us. It's important to describe the energy efficiency implementation work plan and the measurement and verification plan for this specific case, for this specific program that you would like to pursue. And Bob will address the components of the measurement and verification plan. So with that, I'll turn it over to Bob, who will be talking about the eligible activities and also sharing some examples of successful applicants. Bob?
Thank you, Luis. Can you hear me? Luis,
yes.
Can you? Okay, good. Okay, next slide, please. So these are eligible activities, or what we call energy efficiency measures under the program. And these were this original 15 were the ones that were originally introduced into the program back in 2016. And they include a lot of weatherization stuff, lighting improvements, residential. I do want to point out that we're going to talk about qualified consumers, walk through them. A qualified consumer is both a residential customer and or a small commercial. And small commercial is defined by the Small Business Administration. I believe it's about 500 employees or less, which is not small in many cases. Lighting improvements, HVAC systems, all manner of HVAC systems, building envelope improvements, water heaters, if you want to switch from electric to solar, for instance, activity. Heat pump water heaters, same thing. On or off-grid renewables, as Luis was talking about, energy efficiency, appliance upgrades, as long as it's attached to the dwelling. So a countertop microwave, for instance, would not be eligible, but one that's attached into the cabinets would be. Okay. One that's new is electric vehicle chargers. We introduced that probably a year and a half ago as an eligible activity. And then other activities that are, or investments that are directly related to some form of energy implementation. Subject to the administrator's approval, but we'd love to hear this kind of requests. And frankly, we've gotten several and have had most of them approved. So it's we're very flexible, as we know that the technology is going to change drastically over the next couple of years. Next slide, please. So another new activities. Luis, are you there? Luis?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here. I was on mute. Sorry.
We talked about vehicle chargers, smart devices such as Nest thermostats and the attached appliances. We've pretty much covered this except for the bottom one, which is sometimes the replacement of manufactured homes with a more efficient manufactured home. The reason we say sometimes is this has been included in the last 2 appropriations bills, but it has not been put into a statute that we can add to our statute for RESP. So it's approved on an annual basis. Next slide, please.
So really quick, Bob, cost effective is defined on the rules, that there's a definition for cost effectiveness, some kind of formula.
There's 2. Yes, well, in essence, what we require is one of 2 things. It either has to be show some form of energy efficiency. Okay, and we'll talk about that a little bit in the measurement and verification section. But basically, you just have to prove that the unit that you're replacing, the unit that you're putting in, is more efficient than the one you're pulling out. And then, as far as cost effective is concerned, that's where the renewables come in, because it's not necessarily more efficient. It's just that you're using a different energy source, and therefore it's going to be more cost effective.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Okay. So let's talk about the elements of the energy efficiency work plan. You need to start with a marketing strategy which identifies qualified consumers. As I talked to you before, qualified consumers are both residential and commercial, and describe the activities that you're going to be offered. So tell us what, whether you're going to do weatherization, solar, whatever. And I always recommend putting in more activities than you think you might need. Remember, this is a loan program. It's a 20-year loan program that you're allowed to loan for 10 years. And I don't know about you guys, but I've been involved in energy efficiency for about 40 years, and it never ceases to amaze me what new projects come up every couple of years. So put in whatever you think you might have some hope of ever doing. You don't have to do everything, but as far as our contract is concerned, if it's not in the contract, we cannot allow it. So better to have too much than too little. So we need an implementation schedule over that 10-year period. We realize, just as I was saying before, that it's unlikely that you're actually going to follow that implementation schedule to the letter, but put something in basically to show that the program will be used for some period of time. In some cases, we realize that folks request loans for a specific purpose, for a community solar project or something like that. And so that implementation schedule may only be for 2 or 3 years. It can be for a maximum of 10. And if it's for weatherization and things like that, try to spread it out over some period of time, because we never know whether COVID will strike or something like that, which would put your schedule in kind of a disarray. So the relending process, we want to understand what your underwriting criteria is, who you're going to lend to, et cetera, and then identify the staff qualifications and expertise, including outsourcing if you're going to do it, which is fine. We just need to understand how the program is going to be run. And then, as Jorge was just asking about, how the program will reduce energy consumption or reduce the ultimate energy cost to that particular consumer. I talked about the energy efficiency measures. Put in as many as you can. 2 slides, please. Let's go to the environmental agreement highlights. Next slide. So
you're there. Yep.
So I realize the houses in Puerto Rico look a whole lot different from this one that we built about 10 or 12 years ago in Virginia. But I wanted to talk to you a little bit about the environmental agreement highlights. We will ask you to sign something called a multi-tier agreement, which is an agreement that you have, that you understand the requirements for the National Environmental Policy Act. And under RESP, you must adhere to the requirements of NEPA and to the Historic Preservation Officer's requirements in Puerto Rico as well. So just to give you a little bit of an overview of this, inside the building or in the envelope or on the roof, it would be considered categorically excluded. So you wouldn't have to do anything more than recognize that fact and then move forward with the project. If you're going to disturb the earth, such as for geothermal, ground-based solar, or something like that, then you might not be categorically excluded. Best thing to do is to call us and we'll work you through it. Next slide, please. So renewables within NEPA, just to give you some examples. So those generally determined to be Cat X would be rooftop solar, and then some form of storage, either a garage or in-house battery storage. Activities that would often require a review are those geothermal systems, ground-based solar, pumped hydro, which I know they have some in Puerto Rico, and then ground-based wind turbines. Next slide, please. So now we're going to talk about energy audits. And an energy audit is an analysis of the current energy use or costs of a qualified consumer with the goal of identifying opportunities to enhance energy efficiency. It's not necessarily a blower door test. It can be as simple as someone calling up and saying, I want my light bulbs replaced. So you would do a quick energy audit, determine that if you're changing out incandescent light bulbs to LEDs, that is an energy efficiency activity, and therefore would be eligible under RESP. So the report, it should be objective. It should contain recommendations of energy efficiency measures. If you're doing a review of a dwelling or of a commercial building, it should analyze the benefits and costs within the payback period. For us, it's 10 years. Obviously, be professional and meet industry standards. And then it should be commensurate with the complexity of the project. This is the important piece. You shouldn't have to spend $20,000 for an energy audit for a $1,000 light bulb replacement project. So we want to make sure that that the borrower recognizes that that any effort in terms of the energy audit and frankly the measurement and verification, which is in the next slide, it is reasonable and proper. Okay.
Bob, I think we have a question really quick, if you don't mind. Angel David, feel free to open your mic.
Yeah, hi. I would like to ask how often energy audit will be performed? So energy efficiency initiative or a continuous improvement program, but we will have to make sure that the initiative be implemented should be sustainable. So we would like to make sure that we keep safe energy, and so how often the energy audit will perform to make sure that everything is working as expected?
So the quick answer to that is it kind of depends on the borrower. It has to be done before the project is implemented and then afterwards to prove that the project actually shows some form of energy efficiency or cost effectiveness. But, and I applaud you for the question. It's an excellent question because it shows that you are interested in more than a snapshot. And you're absolutely right. It's great to be able to do this on some periodic basis. Now, whether that's twice, okay, before and after, or whether it's on an annual basis or a quarterly basis or whatever, that's really up to you. But again, excellent question, and we appreciate the idea. Okay. Next slide, please. Let's talk a little bit about measurement verification. Those of you who are well familiar with the energy efficiency space know the EVO, which is the efficiency valuation organization, and they have come up with 4 different approaches to measurement and verification. You will see that those are the first 4 in this slide, in this table, and it's basically the IPVMP, which is the International Performance Measurement and Verification Protocol. In EECLP, we only had these 4. In RESP, we include deemed savings as that, and as I was talking about before, we're trying to make sure that the funds that are used under this program are primarily used for energy efficiency or cost avoidance. We are trying not to have to burden the program and the projects with the cost, with a significant cost of measurement and verification. If you're going to do an entire commercial building retrofit, your M&V is going to be much more significant than it would be for the replacement of a heat pump in a house. And we recognize that, and that's why we offer the deemed savings. Next slide, please.
Bob, if I may interject, I would like to mention that in this deemed savings component, the reference to technical resources manuals in the jurisdiction in which the energy efficiency measures are going to be applied role in the review. Because that's a way of us making sure that the proposed measurement and verification plan is consistent with acceptable expectations in terms of savings based on a given jurisdiction.
Excellent. Thank you, Luis. And the next slide kind of talks a little bit about that. We gave you the 5 techniques. So it's based, especially the deemed savings, is based on the generally, next slide, Luis, based on generally accepted principles, best practices, and reasonable assumptions. So ASHRAE, for instance, the Handbook of Fundamentals, and all of the other standards associated with that would be considered a technical resource manual, as would the Underwriters Laboratory. Many of these standards bearing organizations. The Department of Energy has standards as well. So whatever would be considered acceptable would be fine for this program. Again, the important thing is to determine that it's appropriate to the value of the project. So next slide, please. So we're going to talk a little bit about the accounting requirements. One of the things that the 2008 Farm Bill mandated to us was that we take appropriate steps to streamline the accounting requirements on borrowers while still maintaining the adequate assurances of the repayment of the loans. Okay, so for that reason, RESP is probably one of the first programs to streamline, because it was being constructed at the time it was of this streamlining process. So we now accept systems of accounts based on GAAP, which is the generally accepted accounting principles, as a baseline standard for new and RESP-only borrowers. I had a long conversation with somebody in Oregon yesterday, and they said that many people under our regular electric program decided not to use the program because the accounting and the paperwork requirements could be so difficult. Well, with RESP, it's the government. We still require a lot of paperwork, but it's a lot easier if you currently run with the generally accepted accounting principles. You are able to do that with our RESP program. So our existing borrowers still use RUS's existing accounting procedures, which is GAGAS. We'll talk about that in just a minute. Borrowers are required at least every 12 months to submit a full and complete audited financial report. That doesn't change. We still require those reports. Next slide, please. For auditing requirements, okay, existing borrowers still use the 7 CFR 1773, which are the audit standards that follow GAGAS, which is the generally accepted government auditing standards, and the 2 CFR Part 200, which is OMB's, the Office of Management Budget's auditing requirements. New and RESP-only borrowers will still be audited under GAAP standards. Okay, 2 slides. The next one is an agency review of the loan application. The agency will, when they're reviewing the loan application, they require, or they will loan it for, or review it for certain things. Loan feasibility, the ability to repay, basically, the applicant's character, their past performance and determination to satisfy their obligations, credit history, the manner of conducting business, etc. Equity, how much financial resources you have retained to provide a cushion against unexpected losses, COVID, hurricanes, whatever. And then loan security, the assets pledged to secure the loan. Collateral will be assessed taking into consideration the asset value, the lien, the position, credit risk, etc. And we'll talk a little bit about that in a couple of slides. The applicant's information about the energy efficiency program overall conditions, whether you've been involved in it for a while, how you've developed it, how much information you can provide that you're meeting all the requirements that we have in the regulation. And then the implementation and verification and measurement and verification plan verification, just making sure that you have that written up, you've told us how it works, and you have a plan in place. Next slide, please. So to continue this, we want to make sure that the loan amortization schedule does not exceed the 20 years as required in the statute, and that the loans to qualified consumers do not exceed 10 years. Typically, what we're seeing for weatherization is somewhere in the 6 to 7 year range. The longer term ones would be solar, battery power, certainly the replacement of manufactured homes, which is very difficult to get into in 10 years, but that's our statute. So we are bound by Congress to maintain it at that level or less. We talked a little bit about the special advance, Luis did, that it does not exceed 4% of the total RESPA loan amount, but it can be up to 4%. And that actually you can request that not require repayment until year 10. So basically you got 4% to use to operate the system for up to 10 years without having to repay it. Make sure that the EE measures that do match the categorically excluded issues within the multi-tier environmental review agreement, and if not, that you have some provision for addressing NEPA for projects like geothermal and ground-based solar and things like that. And we do verify that these loans are for the purpose of decreasing energy cost or consumption. So the loans, Luis talked about this, the loans to qualified consumers cannot exceed 5%. The loan rate cannot exceed 5%, but it can be anywhere between 0 and 5. Next slide, please. So we talked a little bit about the conditional commitment letter. It notifies the borrower of the total loan amount approved, and it stipulates any additional controls on financial, investment, operational, and managerial activities. It also specifies what the acceptable security arrangements are for that particular loan. We now pretty much universally require something called a DACA, which is a deposit account control agreement, which is 3 different checking or savings accounts. One where we deposit money into, another one where you use as your operating fund, and the third one, I believe, is the collateral. I'm not an accountant, I'm an engineer, so that's an area that I don't have committed to memory. And then any other conditions that are deemed necessary by the administrator to adequately secure the government's interest and ensure repayment. It's typical of our contract requirements. Next slide. So let's talk a little bit about the collateral options. For our existing borrowers who are co-ops, we require a first priority lien on their entire system. We realize that's not necessarily appropriate for borrowers that are not co-ops. So we allow a parent guarantee, a state guarantee, an irrevocable letter of credit, surety bond, pledge of revenues, and then any other type of collateral that may be approved by the administrator. So 2 slides up, Luis, again, I'll give you some examples of successful RESP loan applications. Luis talked about the first one very briefly. It's a small business energy efficiency program in Ohio, and it provides microloans to eligible small commercial customers in most of Ohio to implement energy efficiency improvements. Most of these are weatherization so far, but they're willing to do and pretty much anything that's in the RESP portfolio. Loan sizes are somewhere between $5,000 and $100,000. This RUS borrower works with a partner for the loan processing, underwriting, closing, and servicing, but the loan approval remains with that particular borrower, not to exceed 10 years. This is a 3% interest rate because at that point, RESP was a 3% program. They do require a 25% equity upfront from their qualified consumer, and they guarantee or they require 15% minimum energy savings before they'll undertake the project. The next slide, please. So the next one is a co-op in Arkansas, in very rural Arkansas. And this is the first of the on-bill tariff financing. And a tariff basically allows our borrower, the consumer, the cooperative, to put a tariff on the bill so that they can guarantee that they're going to get paid. So that in essence, the monthly charge is not assigned to the qualified consumer. It's assigned to the meter at that location where the upgrades are installed, and it's there until the costs are recovered. So if it's a tenant or if they sell the property, the future occupants pay for the upgrades until the cost is recovered. It's a pretty neat system. Their delinquency rate is virtually zero at this point, and they've been running the program for a couple of years. So this is available, though, to residential and small commercial members for pretty much any structure that's occupied by an existing co-op member. They do an energy audit, which they call a cost effectiveness analysis, and they identify the measures to improve. They determine which ones the member or the consumer is interested in having done. They do it, and then they amortize it for some period of time. It is considered an essential part of the consumer's bill for electric service. To say they have a very, very low delinquency rate, it's a very, very effective program. Next slide, please. So the next, this next example is a group of cooperatives in South Carolina that it's a nonprofit that provides this service to the participating electric co-ops, and there's almost a dozen of them at this point. Their loan loss reserve is about 1%. Most of the time, their marketing is they get complaints about high bills. Okay, South Carolina, you would think, oh wow, it's a summer peaking area. It's actually not. It's a winter peaking area because there are so many manufactured homes. Up to 20% of the area is manufactured homes, and they have electric heat, very poor insulation, and they haven't been maintained extremely well. So they get these high bill complaints. We'll see this in the YouTube video that's coming up in a couple minutes. But they go out, they do an energy efficiency audit, they evaluate what needs to be done. The consumer agrees to it, and they pretty much guarantee that the consumer is actually going to save, that their bills are going to drop, even though they have to repay the loan. So these loans are approximately $10,000. They charge the 3% because they were under that 3% rule prior to 2018. They are recovered by on-bill charges for the electric bill, and they do the energy savings. They do their M&V based on pre and post retrofit energy use, and weather normalize it, of course. But they actually track this annually as well. It shows that the co-op members, as I say, if you watch this video, it's a very compelling story about a couple of different of their co-op members where they saved a significant amount of money. So let's go to this next slide. And Jorge, can we do that YouTube video?
Absolutely. So what I'm going to ask from the participants is, this is going to be a 3-minute video. So while we're watching the video, think about any questions or collaborations that you want to pose to Bob and to Luis. So let me go ahead and share that with the group.
It's been a long time since my heating system been broken. Been a long time. After my system went out, I never could get it fixed because it was just too much. I couldn't afford it. So I had to let it go, and I just started getting me some heaters for the winter. And for the summer, I get fans. And it wasn't doing anything but just running my light bill up. Well, it ran my light bill up to $400 and $500 and $600 a month. So I'm on fixed income. This light bill done got so out of hand, I'm worried that they gonna, soon put me in the dark.
A lot of the people that live in the rural areas, homes have a tendency, I will say, to not be well insulated. They're losing energy through leaky ductwork or leaky windows, and they're paying for that.
when you can't pay your power bill with one whole paycheck, you have a problem. And that's not counting you've got 4 kids and groceries and gas to get back to work. You know, when your power bill is $589, then that doesn't leave a whole lot of room for anything.
I had to make some choices on whether to pay my high energy bill or cut back on my grocery bill or cut back on other necessities that I needed to have from day to day. I had to be very mindful about how much traveling I had to do because I had to be concerned about paying my electric bill. My husband had recently passed. I was a widow and a single parent, and I was the only sole source income. I almost gave up, and I actually almost walked away from the home. And once I got introduced to this program, I became hopeful.
The program that we operate, the on-bill financing program, it can be a quick turnaround to not only get the problems fixed, but to get the member into a comfortable situation.
When the co-op sends us a bid sheet out, we come out and we see what we got to do to fix the house. We'll come out and air seal them and patch in holes if there's any. If they need another unit, we put a new unit in. We normally cut them down, the light bills in half, especially if you're in a manufactured home, the light bills are high.
When you analyze my bills, there's at least a minimum of $250 a month in savings compared to what I was paying. I did not understand what being energy efficient was until they did this. I did not understand that I could save that much money if my house was energy efficient.
I'm grateful for this program, and I just hope that other people will be able to benefit from it because it really did change my life. Yes, it really did.
Pretty compelling story, isn't it?
It is.
So that's the end of our presentation. Does anybody have any questions for us?
Yes, I think we got some people. Just give me one sec really quick. We have, let's see, we have, Catherine, can you post the link to the video? Yeah, we're going to post the link. We got that one. Do we have, Gerardo, ¿tenemos alguna pregunta del canal en español?
No. Yo puedo repetir en español.
So Luis, let me ask you really quick. So how many of these programs are right now benefiting Puerto Rico?
Well, as I mentioned, the ones who are better known in Puerto Rico are the REAP and perhaps the EQUIP, which are targeting agricultural producers. So those are not in our shop, if you will, right? It's from our sister agencies. So one thing that we wanted to accomplish with this presentation is to show the options that are also available through the Rural Energy Savings Program and the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Loan Program, which are programs housed in the Rural Electric Program under RUS. So at this point in time, we do not have any loan made to an entity in Puerto Rico under these two specific programs.
However, we got the materials that you are going to be sharing with us, and we're going to post on the website from the prep that actually give us the roadmap of how to actually initiate the application process.
Yes, and one thing that they can do is also visit our website where we have a very, very brief information that will guide them through the process. Also, the sample letter of intent, it's available there. So you just have to download it, and honestly, it's fill in the blank and describing the program that they would like to pursue with the funding from the Rural Energy Savings Program. And to be honest with you, once you submit that, you are pretty much in the queue, and that's what will start the process to participate.
Luis, Bob, thank you very much. It's great to have Luis. As you all know, he's homegrown, and it's great that he's providing that support from the District of Columbia, and that we are getting this material to be shared with us through the prep. We're very appreciative of you sharing this material. Thank you very much. We are going to be putting that on the web, and I'm pretty sure that you are going to get follows up to this presentation. So what we're going to do right now, we are close. We are running behind about 30 minutes. So what we're going to do now, this is the point on the calendar where we're going to take lunch. So it's 12:35 right now. We're going to have 30 minutes for lunch, and we are going to resume the workshop at 1:05. We're going to resume at 1:05 on the dot. Thank you very much, and buen provecho para todos.
Fuck you.
Good afternoon, Campbell. Are you on? Just want to make sure that we got Campbell on and he can hear us. If you can hear me, Campbell, I cannot hear you. Yeah, maybe you want to check on your... Well, we have Tammy and Wally, right? Wally, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Tammy?
I can hear you.
Me too.
Very good. What about Wally?
I'm here.
Okay, guys, so you are on the front of the line. So let me welcome everybody now. Thank you for being back. Very nice to see you, Wally. So right now, what we're going to do, so we have been running about 30 minutes late, but now what we're going to do, because we got you online, we're going to be talking, Wally Nixon from the Arkansas Public Service Commission and Tammy Agar, which is with utility, working with the Washita Electric Cooperative. They're going to be talking to us about the Pay As You Say program. Wally's going to give us a little bit of the regulatory perspective, and then Tammy's going to be giving us more on the implementation side. So Wally, the floor is yours.
All right. Well, here we go. I work for the commissioners in Arkansas. I'm a lawyer and commissioner. Can you see my slides, I guess, is my first question. I have shared those, I believe.
Yeah.
Let me see. If I hit the share button here. Let's see.
Right.
Does that bring them up? It's telling me I have bad network quality.
We can see it. I can see the slides.
Okay. All right. Well, let's proceed. I started working on this subject about 4 years ago, I guess. Tammy will remember it. Can you hear me now? And the Ouachita Electric Cooperative Corporation is a small co-op in South Arkansas with around 9,000 customers. And they filed a tariff proposal with the commission in, I think it was in the winter or spring of 2016. And ultimately, after several months, the commission approved it. And so what we're going to talk about here right quick is the distinctions between what they have done and what some other utilities around the country have done with on-bill financing versus what Ouachita has done with tariff-billed financing. Those are the terms that I use. The distinction, I start out by describing what on-bill financing is. It involves a utility offering a loan. Can you hear me? I'm getting feedback. But I'm not sure why I'm getting feedback.
Now you're good.
I mean, okay. It involves a loan to a customer, whereas tariff bill financing does not involve a loan. But a loan has all of those features shown in yellow on this slide. Ownership, renters are not able to take advantage of a loan typically to do energy efficiency improvements. And it involves dealing with a bank or credit union or the utility itself if they were willing to actually loan the money. It involves a credit check, and it involves incurring a debt. And a credit check obviously means low-income customers need not apply particularly, and involves a lien on the property if the borrower is a property owner, possible disconnection if the loan payment is not made, collection activity for non-payment, collection agencies perhaps pursuing someone, foreclosure for failure to retire the loan, impairment of the property sale if it's not paid, need possibly for a loan loss reserve, and then it involves the owner's obligation to pay those loan charges if the energy efficiency upgrades fail during the term of the loan, even if there are no energy, because the customer himself or herself is actually making the investment and would have to pursue the contractor or whoever they purchased the equipment from if it didn't work. Utilities, typically investor-owned utilities anyway, object to on-bill financing. I've observed that for the last 30 or 40 years, basically. They don't want to be banks or collection agencies. There is an example of one company that perhaps Tammy can tell us more about, Evergy, a large utility in Kansas City area. The Missouri Commission has authorized this particular company to engage in a pay-as-you-say program, and I understand they are pursuing that. I will continue on just in the interest of time to the next slide. What is meant by tariff bill financing is it means a term that is used by the Department of Energy. There are various terms that are used for tariff bill financing. I use TBF. On-bill tariff is another term I think that USDOE has used in an issue brief they've done. I don't have that issue brief linked in here, but it is available. And both those terms refer to the concept called tariff on bill by the SEA, the Southeast Energy Efficiency Alliance. So it also comports with tariff-based recovery, which the California Commission has recently coined. The objective for using tariff-based financing is to send a signal that on-bill and financing both produce some what has been called consistent allergic reactions due to their prior association of those terms with loans, and that's kind of a scary thing for people taking out a loan. No matter what the abbreviated terms, don't have the same meaning when you unpack them. The tariffed terms of service for site-specific investment and cost recovery, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. The elements of tariff-based financing were pioneered by the Energy Efficiency Institute and a Vermont Sub-S Benefit Corporation, which has got a trademark of the pay-as-you-save model. And I'm sure there are people that at that entity that could talk more about it if you were to inquire of them. It doesn't involve a loan to the customer. It doesn't involve any means testing for eligibility. In the case of Ouachita, any customer whose home is inefficient enough to qualify can participate regardless of their income. So most of those elements that are on that second slide go away since it doesn't involve a loan. It means that it is available to renters if the landlord consents, in which there's really not much reason for a landlord to object since they get an improved property and an increased ability of the customer to pay their rent. The tariff opt-in is an opt-in tariff. It's voluntary for any member of a co-op or customer of an IOU that might pursue this. And the utility itself, whether it's a co-op or a muni or an IOU, actually accesses its low-cost market rate capital. It's the one, if a loan is involved, the co-op or the utility is taking out the loan. The utility is investing in and owns the cost-effective energy efficiency measures, which in the case of Ouachita, I think average $4,500 to $8,000. And they're making that investment on the customer side of the meter. And this is a key factor, and it's quite different from what utilities are used to doing. They typically sort of use that as a dividing line. They don't do anything on the customer side of the meter. But in this case, that is exactly what they're doing. They're making an investment in an air conditioning replacement or insulation, weatherization, duct sealing, any of those things that they might do. The utility that is doing a program like Ouachita, either directly or through an experienced third-party program operator, and Tammy will be an example of one of those, does an energy audit and assessment of the home and deals with the contractor selection and engages and pays the installers for all the cost-effective energy efficiency improvements. And there's a list of the main ones, I think at least, that are used in Ouachita. And it arranges for repair, replacement of measures that don't perform and enforces warranties. The customer doesn't have to do that. In further elements of this, utility actually owns and warrants the performance of the measures and can exercise its leverage as a large entity to get extended warranties or enforce quality assurance. The utility finances the measures for up to 10 to 12 years. I think in Ouachita's case, it may be mostly 12 years. And when those measure costs are recovered by the utility through the tariff, then the ownership of those measures transfers to the owner of the property. So the replaced air conditioner, for example, would be owned by the co-op until it's paid off, and then it transfers to the property owner. I doubt that the co-op is going to be removing insulation from an attic, so it doesn't matter too much who owns it. But in any event, the utility places the costs of those improvements that it makes as a monthly fixed charge on the customer bill. And here's the key feature. It's offset by the kilowatt hours and bill savings, at least 20% of which, those estimated energy and bill savings, must go to the customer, that therefore reduces the bill in nearly all instances. Although there is the possibility that a customer could say if they have the resources to do some additional measures by paying a copay. There are examples of this. The PAYS programs began in New Hampshire. I guess that's where the founders are from, and with a municipal utility and a co-op, and they've been implemented in those states that are listed there. And it's a growing number of implementations are taking place around the country in the last year or two, and Tammy can tell us more about that. So the program operators manage the program. I'll leave that for her to talk about. A large pilot, back to Evergy for a moment, was approved by the Missouri Commission, and I don't know the status of it. Let's see what Tammy can tell us about that when we get done. I think it's moving forward. The Help Pays program came out of something that actually Tammy was involved with when she was at the Clinton Foundation, and helped put together the Home Energy Loan Program, which was an actual loan program, an on-bill financing program. And it evolved into this Help Pays program now, which is not involving a loan. And the point that's made in that next dot is that it didn't depend on government subsidies to run the program, but that was enhanced when the Help Pays program got a USDA REAP subsidy. And I'm not sure the status of that right now, but in any event, maybe Tammy can tell us more on that. The average HELP loan by Ouachita at the time when they were doing just the HELP program was about $2,500. And the average median income in that small co-op is very low, $29,000 versus $42,000 statewide in Arkansas, and a national median income of $52,000. There, the number of meters, the number mostly residential. The housing stock is old and very inefficient. We have high humidity and high levels of air conditioning and cold winters. And this is an important bullet here. The average energy use of those customers in that co-op in 2016 were quite high, 2,015 kilowatt hours per month, according to the co-op manager. And that's roughly twice the typical residential usage that we use at the Commission in Arkansas with respect to the investor-owned utilities who do energy efficiency programs that they're required to do under Arkansas law. Our co-ops are exempt from those requirements, but Ouachita is obviously doing one, as we're describing here. Most of these involve the measures that are listed there. The Help Pays features show that renters in good bill payment status are eligible to participate if the landlord's okay with that. That's why it's called inclusive financing, because it's based on the inefficiency of the home, not the income means testing of the household. There's no out-of-pocket cost to the member unless a copay is selected if they want to do something more, or perhaps installs rooftop solar, which is something Ouachita, I think, is now doing as well, using the Pays model as I understand it. So this benefits low and moderate income customers. A landlord has little incentive to say no, as I mentioned. There's no credit score or check required, no LIN, no risk of disconnection or collection activity, except if they just fail to pay their bill, and the same with any customer that's not under a tariff-based financing program. The co-op could pursue that if they don't pay their bill. There's no risk of foreclosure since there's no loan. There's no subsidies by the customers. This is specific to the customer who pays his own way via the tariff-based charge for measures that lower the bill. They are obliged, the property owner is obliged to, under the Pays model, to notify a successor owner if the property is sold, and the tenants that might ensue if someone leaves as a rental customer, that these charges will ride with the meter. And of course, they will almost invariably produce a bill that's lower than it otherwise would be. And so that is, a disclosure requirement of the model language that the Pays program has. And I think I'm reporting that no disconnections from the Pays program have been reported with more than 5,000 projects nationally over the past 19 years since this program began. There's a little video link there. You can see how the Ouachita promotes its program. After the results of the Pays program were, after getting approval from the Commission in 2016, they implemented the Help Pays program, and there's a link to the order doing that. Ouachita favors it because it reduces energy usage and peak load on their system, and thereby reduces the costs that they pay to their wholesale generation and transmission power supplier, which is Arkansas Electric Cooperative Corporation, which is provides all requirements to all 17 of the co-ops in Arkansas. Ouachita is the only co-op that is doing this program so far. All the members of the co-op of Ouachita are benefiting, therefore, because in particular, the third bullet there, the measures that are installed deliver an average reduction in demand on that system. As I recall it, I don't believe I have that on here, but it's roughly 2 kilowatts per household, which is a fairly significant amount when you think that maybe a household in a hot summer month might use 6 or 8 kilowatts of demand. So they reduce that by 2 kilowatts per participant in this program. That translates into a reduction in the payments of wholesale power costs to the G&T supplier. For the customer himself or herself, they're using 2,000 kilowatt hours a month. The bottom bullet shows that the average bill was $68 minus the average program service charge under the PACE program of $54. So there's a net savings of $14, about 15% for every house participating, according to Mark Casey, who's their general manager.
Wally, really quick, if you don't
Yes.
mind, on that slide. So it's interesting you mentioned the about cost of wholesale, of having to buy wholesale. I do not know the generation mix in Arkansas, but do you actually account for any kind of environmental impact, societal cost associated with that decrease in peak demand?
I don't think that the co-op factors that in, as best I understand it. We don't have any kind of RPS in the state, or renewable portfolio standard, or we do in our investor-owned programs take advantage of some of the non-energy benefits like reduced water usage, reduced propane usage, those sorts of things, but not strictly on an environmental basis. No, it is not factored in.
And this is Tammy. I'm going to just chime in real quick, if you don't mind. We are trying to measure things like actually the health benefits that are absolutely evident when we go in and make a home weatherized. So there's several non-energy benefits, to your point, that are not captured. These are strictly the energy benefits to the utility.
So these might be the things, Tammy, that I think sometimes called the Healthy Homes Initiative, that takes account of the fact that you reduce the amount of exposure to asthmatic things in the house by changing out some of the measures and reducing healthcare costs to people.
That's exactly right. We're actually partnering with a philanthropic organization in LaGrange, Georgia right now, who's bringing in a Healthy Homes match and is matching the utility dollar for dollar for all homes that the utility invests using the pay system. This philanthropic organization is matching dollar for dollar on healthy issues in the home that are not able to be financed on the bill because they're not energy saving, right? But I'm talking about things like roof repair or flooring, shoring up flooring, things that are truly health and safety concerns that, if fixed, would allow someone to continue on in the program. So anyway.
Ripping up old carpet and taking it out so that people aren't being allergic to it, that kind of thing.
Right.
So, okay, well, let's continue. I'm about to get to the end of mine. Explosive growth has occurred with these in the Ouachita program in the first 3 years. I guess we're coming up on the 4th year. The average amount spent is $4,639. Maybe there's an update on that for Tammy to tell us about. And the average tariff payment is at 12 years. And nearly everybody that county or the area, the service area, has maybe not a lot of multifamily housing units, but all of them with landlord approval participated in that program. I think I don't really have anything else to say about it. Somewhere I mentioned it, but I understand that the PAYS model is also available for commercial customers as well, maybe institutional ones, schools or something like that, but I don't know the details on that. And they're changing out HVAC units, at least in 2017. I assume they're still doing that, and many of those are those mini split replacements that are extremely efficient. And they show a drop in the peak demand. There's the 2 kilowatts per participant, $250 to $300 in avoided demand costs per customer, which is a very key factor in Ouachita's willingness to promote this. And I'm not clear why other co-ops haven't decided to do it. And so there's the estimated 22% reduction in average kilowatt hour usage in those first years. They've reached, 5% penetration. That's pretty good adoption rate with a small co-op like that. And it's created some jobs and made more efficient products and equipment available that were not there before. Mini splits probably weren't available in the Lowe's or wherever you might go to get a contractor to put that in, but now that they are. There's some stories that were written 2 or 3 years ago about how it was too good to be true, but it was. And there's the reference to the commercial customers. And just the little act at the end of this process, it seems like Ouachita was able to come in to the commission last October and ask for a rate reduction, which was virtually unheard of for any utility in our state. And they attribute it, I think Mark says, roughly half of it or something like not only PAYS program for energy efficiency, but the solar initiatives. So just over half of it is attributable to those two things, even though they've added quite a bit of new load that they've been doing a lot of. Now I'm adding a little bit on here just to give you a little comparison. These are the last couple of slides. Our investor-owned utilities have energy efficiency programs and have been doing that for the last dozen years. And we were unable to have low-income programs explicitly. Our Supreme Court, at the behest of some industrial customers back in 2001, challenged a commission decision to allow deferral of payments during a cold winter by gas utilities. And so the Supreme Court ultimately ruled that the commission couldn't engage in social rate making. That was the term they used, meaning no means testing of rates or any kind of thing to discreetly address low-income needs. But a new law finally got passed in 2017 that authorizes the commission to require utilities to do that for customers that are elderly, 65 or older, or who meet eligibility for LIHEAP. We don't have any of those programs or not any lifeline rates or anything yet. But meanwhile, in 2016, we have parties working collaboratively, all the stakeholders with the utilities, came up with a consistent weatherization approach. The commission asked them to do that, to try to get the utilities to work together, the gas and the electric utilities, to provide weatherization services to eligible customers. And so they did that. They came up with a program, and they didn't try to means test it specifically because we were under the old law, or the Supreme Court decision. And it is an affordability initiative that does not require any out-of-pocket cost. It's designed to reach severely energy efficient homes. I guess theoretically, if you were a well-to-do person that lived in a sieve that is very inefficient, you could participate in this. But most people would be low income, I'm pretty sure, and they're backing into figuring out how many of the participants are actually low income and are elderly, and they're coming up with some numbers. I've got that in the last bullet here on this page, but they do direct installation of low-cost energy measures. They have a set of measures, including insulation, air sealing, and they manage the contractors to deliver it. You can see it's a much smaller program, right at around $1,000 per household. There's no out-of-pocket cost to the customer, regardless of income. So you can contrast that with the PAYS program, which has a lot more flexibility in terms of the amount that can be done. They can change out air conditioning, whereas this program can't. But it's reaching a lot of people, and particularly with our largest utility, Entergy, they've done many thousands of customers, many more than our weatherization statewide program with federal dollars can reach, which is roughly 1,000 people a year, as best households a year, as best I can tell. So while it may not be as comprehensive as you would like, but it's doing more than anything we've had in the past. and it reached. They're now calculating, I guess, using other data sources to determine how many of the people participating in that are truly LIHEAP eligible and elderly. And we'll see what better results on that are in this year's results. I haven't had a chance to even look at them, but I think we get annual reports from all our investor-owned utilities every April, and those are now available. So I think that's my last slide, and I can let Tammy pick it up from here. I will unshare.
Can you guys see my screen yet?
Yes.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Perfect. All right. Well, thank you for that, Wally, and hello, everyone. It's wonderful to be with you guys today. I'm only going to show you 3 or 4 slides that are just sort of generic, but I'm actually going to do something pretty special today. I'm going to invite you in to actually see a pay-as-you-save program offer as if you were a participant in the program, so that you guys today will be able to take a second and pretend like this is your house and what is the offer for you to move forward, so you could imagine putting yourself in others' shoes. So we are the pay-as-you-save program operator. We're the only one in the country that has got a license to go pretty much anywhere nationally. We are a B corporation. We started our B corporation after quite a bit of a tenure with the Clinton Foundation under the Clinton Climate Initiative here in Little Rock to try to find ways to incubate energy efficiency and renewable energy programs that were outside the box and that could reach people, particularly those most in need. And while we did not invent the pay-as-you-save program or tariffed on bill, as Wally mentioned, that was invented by the Energy Efficiency Institute in Vermont. Our paths did cross, and when they did, magic happened, because we had figured out how to implement on-bill financed programs so that the results were real, right? So that the savings estimated were actually happening. But what we couldn't do was bridge the gap. We were, and another way to say it, we were able to, because of income qualification needs and things like that and credit scores, we were able to help the doctor in the hospital be able to finance energy efficiency because he or she could qualify, but the person sweeping the floor in the hospital could not, because they couldn't take on debt or they didn't have the credit score to do it. But oftentimes the person sweeping the floor had a higher bill and a much higher energy burden. So we started a utility to try to level that out and make sure that there were opportunities for all people, regardless of credit or debit score or ability to take on debt, homeowner versus renter status, et cetera. So when we found the pay system, it's been love at first sight and ever since. So the only programs we operate now are based on the pay-as-you-save tariffed on-bill financing system. So I'm going to go ahead and just hit the highlights again, but this time with an equity and affordability screenshot here. So if you're a utility or a philanthropic organization and you are interested in making sure that your energy efficiency programs are more just and equitable, there is nothing better at all to look at than the pay-as-you-save system. It will tick all the boxes. We all know the problem is that oftentimes energy burdens definitely seem to attack those who are least able to pay. That's the whole definition, really, of an energy burden, period. You're paying 3 or 4 times per square foot of what a person who lives in a more energy efficient house is. And usually you're spending anywhere from 6, 7, 8, maybe even 10%, sometimes more, of your income, your total income, just on energy. Now, just statistics and census will tell us that in our low-income households, most of those are made up by African Americans, Native Americans, Latinos. Many of these folks are also renters. So we've got both an energy burden and we've got an equity issue here to deal with. So the solution, if you're thinking of energy efficiency and renewable energy, you have got to remove the cost barrier. Now, I'm not saying that everybody can go out and get grants. That's not reasonable, and it's also not sustainable. But if you remove the upfront cost and you don't attach it to person, but rather attach it to a structurally sound location, then not only the people who currently live there, but people who will live there in the future can help share the cost as long as they're getting the savings over and above the cost. Everybody wins in that scenario. That is what PAYS is. Okay, so how it works at a really high level. You, first of all, on the left, you've got a utility that wants to participate. Now, you go to the top center there, and the green, it says capital provider. We need capital in order to make the program work, but this is an investment that is 100% recouped by the utility. This can be utility capital, it can be state-provided capital, it can be philanthropic capital. The point is, the utility secures it, even if it's not the utility's capital. Basically, they go on the hook for it. So they're paying a low interest rate for it. There are plenty of capital providers. Do not make the mistake of thinking capital is not available for this program. People are banging down the doors to provide capital for this program, especially impact investment firms or philanthropic organizations that are interested in matches.
Tammy, let me go ahead and really quick interject. And we are going to follow up exactly what you're saying in regards to the sources of capital. I got to temper to our reality. So PREPA is right now on bankruptcy court. So we may want to think about creative ways to actually address that real challenge that we have on the island.
Okay, perfect,
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Well, the fact that the utility is where people pay their bill and it's attached to the bill is the security that a utility generally needs, to be able to make that investment. And so, obviously that would complicate things, but I'm just showing you kind of the flow of how this generally works.
Yeah.
So the utility then, usually through a program operator like Utility, will help stand up and sponsor the program. The program operator does all the day-to-day everything, soup to nuts. It's a turnkey program. We partner with local solution providers or contractors, said a different way. We are not general contractors. We don't take cuts of what they make. We simply feed them work, period. Give them the tools they need to make sure they do a really good job, and we quality control everything before we tell the utility, okay, it's time to pay them, and then we authorize payment. Then simply the utility starts collecting back their investment over time using 80% of the estimated savings and adding interest to that. Now it's low interest, but nevertheless, there can be a little bit of interest in there as well. So that's a really high overview. Just comparing utility, the PACE program versus loans and commercial PACE or residential PACE. I've just got a chart up here that just real quickly I want to run down. And you notice PACE here on the left, on-bill in the middle, and then PACE on the right. So on-bill loan is what Wally was talking about in the beginning. Usually utilities have a visceral reaction to thinking people want them to be banks. There's potential for defaults because, people can leave and say, no, I'm not paying it. Now you've got debt collection and all kinds of problems potentially happening. You don't have necessarily a lot of contractor controls in here. So an on-bill loan, for a lot of reasons, though it does work, I'm not going to take credit from it entirely. It's a little less effective and certainly less effective for reaching those who need it the most. So let's talk about PAYS real quick, and I want to hit these highlights. All customer and building types are eligible. All customer and building types are eligible. That means homeowners, renters. That means small commercial, large commercial. That means industrial. That means municipal buildings. The point is if the structure is sound and energy is being wasted at that location, that's worthy of an investment. That's it. Nobody cares what anybody makes. Nobody cares what their credit score is. Nobody cares what their ability to pay back is, because the bill must be lower as a result of the investment. Okay, so it is all inclusive. There's no credit score, no personal debt, no property lien. The energy assessment and utility data for each location is used to scope cost-effective upgrades. This isn't about let's go in and put in all these fancy horns and whistles and pay for them over 100 years. This is what is cost-effective, what will save this occupant money from day one, while it also lowers the carbon footprint. The estimated savings, to just kind of come back around to that note, must exceed the cost to recovery charge. People are making money while they're participating. No, it's not a lot, but it's some. Customers earn the net savings immediately, like I said, from day one. If the upgrade fails during the term of the tariff, then guess what happens? If it's no fault of the occupant, it must be repaired at no cost to the occupant or the utility. The contractor is actually on the hook for that. The customer opts in. It's voluntary. You're not made to do it. You can totally do it if you want to, and not if you don't. When you leave the location, your charges leave. The tariff charge just stays right there at the location. Once the entire tariff charge has been, or investment by the utility has been recovered, there is no more charge. It's just not an endless charge. It goes away entirely, and then whoever's living there gets the benefit of all of the savings that tariff decision allowed them. The utility is securing the investment at the metered location, so that does mean they have the ability to disconnect for failure to pay, just like they would anywhere, but they have to follow the same rules for disconnect. And remember, it would be a lower bill that they would be disconnecting. And I will come back around and confirm what Wally said a while ago. Still, to date, there has been not one disconnection for failure to pay, period, in any PAYS program. That's less than the normal charge-off rates. Why? A lot of it's because the bill's lower. Again, it's a fixed monthly charge. There's no upfront cost. You can see some of that, yes, is the same in on-bill loans and PACE, although for a PACE program, you've got to own the property, and for an on-bill loan, you've got to be able to get that credit, and take on that debt. And so you just see where the things start to drop off here. So I'm going to spend the last 5 or 10 minutes of my time and share with you guys something I don't normally do, which is an actual offer, a sample offer, what's called an easy plan. And this is where I'm going to invite you to pretend like this is your home, and this is your offer. So can someone confirm they can see that okay?
Yeah. Actually, as a matter of fact, you can do slideshow if you want to, Tammy.
Oh, that's okay.
Okay, yeah, we can see it fine.
Okay.
I mean, we can see the slide that has the 3 columns. Are you showing something else?
Oh, no, sorry. No, I'm not. I am showing the first page.
Okay, so what you need to do is go back to the share screen. You will have to go back there.
Yeah, I got to share.
And then select the other app. Yeah.
Now I see you. Sorry about that. Give me a second. Sorry about that.
Let's do the following, Tammy. While you're figuring that out, okay, let's do the following. Okay, you got it. Yeah.
I got it.
Yeah.
Sorry, everybody. Okay, so this is an easy plan. So this is all your guys' house today. All right. Your house was built, if you look over on the right, in 1978. It's 1,375 square feet. It's a one-story single-family home. So it's an owned home. It's not a rental, but this could very well be the rental. And it has a crawl space. Okay? Everybody's familiar with your home. We were out on your home. This is a sample. It was done back in June of 2017. So the date when we were out your home is there. And here's what we found when we were at your home in terms of observations that were made. So first of all, you have an all-electric home, and your electric bill, is $2,800 over the course of a year. Now, if you had electric and gas, it would show up there. So you, for your home, again, sorry, 1,375 square foot home, you spent $2,800 in the last year on energy for that home. Just a rough for this particular utility, that tells me it's a little over 2.5 times what it should be if your home was energy efficient. So as a presenter, I know right away I could probably find at least $1,000 in savings a year if we figure out what's wrong. So let's talk about that. So let's look at your home's air leakage. So we did a blower door and duct blaster test, and the blower door, when we were there, we were able to pull air through your house when it was on lockdown, use a fancy gizmo called a blower door, and determine that you had the equivalent of a 1.3 square foot hole in your house if you added up all the cracks and crevices. Okay, that's a reasonably leaky home. How leaky? Well, 1,073 cubic feet per minute is what we'd like your home to be, and it is at 3,381. So it's about 3 times as leaky as we would like to see it. You basically have a 1 square foot hole in your house or a window open, whether you're heating or cooling your home the way you're currently living at it, when it's shut up. Insulation wise, your home came out at an R2 for insulation. R, by the way, means resist the transfer of heat. So on a scale of R0 to R38 being the best, at least for North Carolina, which is where your home is, you have an R2. So your home is very under insulated. Light bulb wise, you've got 28 incandescent light bulbs burning in your house at least 2 hours or more. And you have no compact fluorescence and no incandescent light bulbs. Your home has a duct system. It's in your crawl space. 23% of that duct system is leaking. So the air, whether it's hot or cold air that you're paying for, is getting lost in that crawl space to the tune of a quarter almost before it gets into your house. On your HVAC system, you've got what we call a 8-SEER 5 HSPF. This means this system is probably at least 20 years old, and old does not always have to be bad. I can speak for myself. However, with an HVAC system, anything over about 15 to 20 years, you're beyond your useful life, and it's really costing you money, is in the case of this. Health and safety wise, we did a health and safety test in the home. Everything passed really well. By the way, if anybody was listening on the Healthy Homes comment a while ago, it would be very simple to have like mold tests done in a house right there while we're in there. We're already in there doing work, so we could test for, air quality problems and get a baseline, pre and post baseline quantitative while we're already there in the home if there was funding to do that. Over here on the right, we're just letting you know how your appliances, factor into your annual energy use. You've got a freezer in your kitchen and a chest freezer in your laundry room, and so between the two of those, it's costing you about $120, $130 rather a year. Not terrible, but I can tell by just looking at both of these that they're not energy efficient units. So if you start to get a problem with either one of these, you probably want to say goodbye to it rather than fix it and invest in a new one that's much more energy efficient. And you can get those, by the way, just basic Energy Star refrigerators for $300 or $400 all day long if you don't need the horns and whistles. So in this particular offer, what we're showing you here is what we are recommending be done to your home, and what the savings are estimated to be if you do on an annual basis, what those savings total, and then over here on the right, what the one-time costs are associated with having this work or getting these savings. So real quickly, we've got a contractor who's willing to reduce the ventilation rate by 25% or better. And we're going to talk about what they're going to do here in a second. The duct system currently leaking, I believe, if I remember right, was right around 30%. We're going to get that down to only 10% or better. We're going to increase the attic insulation from R2 up to R38. We're going to install 28 LED light bulbs, and we're going to switch out the HVAC unit and bump it up to a high efficient, certainly not top of the line, but it's a cost-effective, efficient replacement. When we add up the annual savings for each of these measures, one at a time, we add them all together, we're at $1,122 of annual savings, and that's a conservative estimate. So that is going to be what's saved. In other words, this is what we're going to use a good chunk of to pay for the work over time, right? Over here, the cost of the work together between the weatherization and the HVAC is $9,534. This is, yes, installed, tax, labor, warranties, service agreements, everything. There's no hidden, oh yeah, but wait, okay? That's the total cost. So now we can go down. In the interest of time, I'm going to skip through the graph, but this is a nice graph that shows folks when their heating and cooling seasons, what time of year is their bill is the highest in general. This is a nice bit for folks who are concerned about the environment, because we're also measuring the impact on the environment in terms of what's the kWh reduction or CO2 reduction, pounds of coal, vehicle miles offset. So for the environmentally minded folks, this is a nice little rectangle right here. And these are annual savings, by the way, if the occupant chooses to take action. So here's what it would look like on the bill. Here's the nitty gritty. So the total improvement cost is $9,534.24. In this case, there is $471 that is what we call basically not cost effective, but we're still recommending it be done. We're recommending it be done probably because of the insulation and air seal package and duct seal package altogether. We get a better rate when we can bundle things with contractors. And so sometimes there might be a small copay, but if this was too much of a problem for the person, we could take off a measure that we mentioned above and get it to where there's no copay. There's also an opportunity here for philanthropic organizations to kick in when there's a copay, especially when it's someone who is, living at poverty and a philanthropic organization wants to leverage $471 in this case in order to basically see a $10,000 improvement go into a home. Okay. Anyway, so the balance is $9,063.13. Oh, I should mention the contractor can also take payments for that $471. It doesn't have to be all at up front. It can be put on a credit card. It can be paid over time. It's between the contractor and the occupant if we don't have a third party willing to pay for that. Anyway, so we have a $9,063 cost-effective opportunity here. That means that's what the utility is willing to pay. The interest rate this utility charges is 3%. That means the total interest, which in this case is over the term would be 12 full years, the total interest paid would be $1,700. And we show that, so we show folks, that there would be interest charged if they want to go this route. So that means the total interest along with this number here, this 9,000, comes to $10,778. It would be financed over 12 years at the bill. Remember, if you move, nobody cares. You get to move. It does not follow you. It just stays with the next person. But here's the beauty. The cost added per month is $74. So let's just say $75 flat. The savings per month is $93. You're supposed to make $18.71 on this deal average per month, or roughly $220 a year, over and above the payback to the utility. Okay? So remember, this is your offer. This is another graph that shows you what it would look like during the payback period, so that you can see in the shoulder months here, you're basically breaking even with your tariff charge. Where you're really saving money is in August and in the winter time. And then the last page here is just the scope of work. So we talked to you in lay people's terms. Literally, what's going to happen? What exactly are we recommending happen in this home in order to get these savings? And so it's specified out. It's not just called air sealing. It says seal here, seal the plumbing penetrations here, weather strip this, seal behind this, seal the top plates, literally for this home. The duct system, it's showing exactly where the problems are in the duct system, because we've checked the system for leakage and we've also tested each run to see where is the problem. We don't need to replace the duct system if it can be repaired. The next thing is insulation. We're going to increase attic insulation to R38. We require R sticks. In this house, we've got to put a barrier around the attic entrance or insulation will fall in after it's done. So I'm going to wrap up my comments there. I know that took a little bit longer, but I hope you guys got some value out of seeing that offer. And I think, if you're honest, just think to yourself, I mean, I would wonder how many of you would turn that down if that was your offer.
So Tammy, to me, this seems to me like a no-brainer. So what are the entry barrier challenges to get this going?
Well, so that's a great question. One of the things that Wally mentioned, and I'll bring it back up right now, was the Arkansas Public Service Commission, because of the rules in Arkansas, needed to be asked for permission by the utility, and the Public Service Commission needed to give them permission to do a tariffed on-bill program. And the commission did that in Arkansas in like 3 or 4 months unanimously. Every single place, including now Missouri, as well as Georgia, that where a commission has been asked for permission to do a pays tariff, the answer has been yes. So I don't know enough about Puerto Rico to know if that's necessary or not, but that's a hurdle. But it's absolutely bridgeable, and there is now, I think, a total of 12 states that all 12 that have been asked have said yes. So Puerto Rico would not be the first commission to be asked. There's precedent. Right. That's the biggest hurdle, honestly.
So then we're going to have a little bit of a hurdle in Puerto Rico because the utility, like we were talking, is on bankruptcy court. But then that's why we're having this fourth workshop. We're trying to identify funding opportunities to potentially get a program like this jumpstart, because after you get a jumpstart, the ball rolls. I mean, it's sustainable.
Right.
So that's one of the reasons that we got the stakeholders, and we're looking everywhere to see, who are those funding opportunities that could actually support some kind of program. I wanted to ask you really quick, if you can do it like in a minute and a half, what would be, let's say that you wanted to run a pilot program. What would be the core elements of a pilot program so people can actually get a taste of, this truly works, and it may be worth it to pursue a little further?
That's a great question. So turnkey service delivery that utility offers, we do have a minimum. Our minimum is 1,000 units in 1 year. That's got to be the budget. And that translates, just so you know, to about a $5 million price tag. But that, of course, is the upgrades themselves. About $1 million of that is our cost to operate the program, and the other $4 million is in actual upgrades. So a good number for budgeting, again, minimum is 1,000 units, a 1 year period, and a $5 million commitment. So I hope that helps and answers your question.
Yeah. So listen, thank you so much. I want to make sure, Gerardo, tenemos algunas preguntas del canal de español. I just want to make sure if we have any questions on the other channel.
No, no hay preguntas.
Okay, muchísimas gracias. Listen, Wally, listen, Tammy, this has been fantastic. We do appreciate this, you sharing with us. Right now, we're going to have, Greg is going to be following you. And I want to make sure, so we're going to have Campbell at 3:30. I want to make sure that you see that we kind of shifted the agenda a little bit, but Campbell is going to be talking to us about opportunities with the BRIC FEMA program at 3:30. But right now we're going to have Greg. We're going to have, let me get to that really quick here. Yeah, we're going to get to Greg Leventis. He's with the Lawrence Berkeley National Lab. And he's going to be talking to us. This is a great segue because he's going to be talking to us about financing mechanism, overview of the financing mechanisms, and he's going to use what we have been discussing to give us a better perspective on bill utility financing, commercial PACE programs. Greg, the floor is yours.
Okay, can you hear me first off?
Absolutely. Yeah,
okay,
and we can see you.
That's good. Okay, great. I'm gonna share my screen. Can you see my screen here?
Beautiful, yeah.
Okay, great. Well, thanks again, Jorge. I'm really excited to be here. And I really appreciate, I really have to say thanks to Jorge. He has been, persevered a lot and really worked with us. So thanks, Jorge. I appreciate that. And I want to talk about 4 different particular mechanisms for paying for energy efficiency today. So I first want to give an overview of efficiency financing and utility investments in efficiency, just to get a sense of like how to think of this and where some of these things fall so that you get a sort of high level picture of this. Then I'm going to cover hopefully quickly, revolving loan funds, and then talk about on-bill financing. And after that, I'm going to give some thoughts about on-bill tariffs and the pay-as-you-save system that Tammy and Wally were just talking about. And then finally, I'll talk about commercial property-assessed clean energy financing. So first for the overview. Again, so these fit into 2 sort of areas here, and I should apologize ahead of time. You may hear barking dogs, construction, and small children. Hopefully they're not too loud. But so first off, we have under the financing bill, we have on-bill financing, this commercial property assessed clean energy financing, and revolving loan funds. And then the on-bill tariffs, under that you have the pay-as-you-save system. This is utility investments in site-specific efficiency projects. Now, this chart shows financing products, and this is financing products that are used to pay for efficiency. This is from a report that Berkeley Lab published a few years ago called Current Practices in Efficiency Financing. And the report goes into depth on traditional and specialized financing products. So we've categorized them on a high level as traditional products. And if you look on the left hand here, over here, I don't know if you can see my cursor, but you'll see the traditional products are these loans and leases. And these are products that are used to pay for they're used every day to pay for like any number of goods and services. And then on the right side here, you have specialized products. And that is financing products that are specifically designed with energy efficiency or clean energy in mind. And in this category, we have on-bill loans, PACE lending, and these savings-backed arrangements, which we fit performance contracting or ESPCs and energy service agreements or ESAs. Now, most of the resources and literature that you'll see on efficiency financing are going to be on, a lot of times they're on one or more of these specialized financing products over here. But this image puts those products into the context of the broader set of financing options that are available to consumers. Now, importantly, this is missing two mechanisms that you see in this world. One are bonds, and the other are on-bill tariffs. So bonds are not included here because program administrators and lenders don't offer those directly to customers. These are customer-facing, direct products that are offered to customers. And the other is the on-bill tariffs, under which, like I said, pays fits under. And these are not included here because it is an investment by the utility that is attached to the meter, and rather than the occupant at the place, whereas these are going directly to the occupant. So going from left to right here over under the specialized, just wanted to point out that on-bill financing is oftentimes broken in by, as people talk about them, into on-bill financing and on-bill repayment. So on-bill financing is referred to. People refer to on-bill financing to talk about all of this, but or any loans that are paid back through a utility bill. But on-bill financing generally refers to programs where the capital for those loans is coming from the utility. And then on-bill repayment generally refers to programs where the capital that is funding these loans comes from a private or third-party entity like a bank. And then under PACE, the property assessed clean energy financing, often when people refer to these are broken down into what sector it is serving. So you have CPACE, which is commercial PACE, serving commercial sector, and generally non-residential is not just necessarily commercial. And then RPACE, which is the residential PACE. And then finally, the revolving loan funds, they would fit over here under these the traditional banner here, and under loans in particular. They are usually unsecured loans, but sometimes they are secured as well. And by secured, what I mean is that if the borrower does not stops paying on the loan, then the lender has a legal right to some property. So a good example is a mortgage. In a mortgage, there is a lien on the house. If the homeowner does not pay on that mortgage, the bank has the legal right to come in and seize the house in an extreme circumstance. Now, this is not an either-or sort of thing here. The different mechanisms have different benefits and different drawbacks, but the takeaway is that there are a lot of options that are available in efficiency financing. And that's not to say necessarily that they're all going to work, but just understanding what is out there for utility customers to avoid paying upfront costs of an efficiency improvement. Now, next we have here the 4 key program design considerations. And this is also from a report that we did several years ago that was on-bill financing. And by the way, I have links for these reports at the end of the presentation. And I think this is a really good framework for how to think about these programs. So first, in the top right here, or excuse me, the top left, you have where does the money come from? So how are you going to fund these loans? And is that funding going to be an ongoing source of capital for the initiative, or are you going to have to keep finding different sources of funding? So the main areas that your money can come from are private funders like banks and other financial institutions, ratepayer funds. So these come from public benefits charges on utility customer bills, utility shareholder funds sometimes, and then other pots of money that could be either loans or grants. For example, the USDA funds that I believe were discussed earlier. Some states have petroleum overcharge funds from a class action lawsuit back in the 1980s. And then in the Northeast, they have regional greenhouse gas initiative funds. And And then, of course, back in the late 2000s, there was the, in response to the financial crisis, there was the American Recovery and Reinvestment Funds, or ARA funds, and a lot of efficiency financing programs used, and some even still use, funds that were provided during that time from ARA. Now, next, if you go down from there, on the bottom left here, is how the product is structured. And this refers to the way that the money is provided and how it's repaid. So different structures may be helpful, more or less helpful for different utility customers. So for example, for a loan, an entity like a bank lends money directly to a customer, and that customer makes repayments back directly to the bank. And here we're going to look at 4 different program structures, or product structures. Direct loans made through a revolving loan fund, loans that are repaid through the utility bill, the on-bill tariff, or PAYS system in particular, which is an on-bill tariff that is a utility investment tied to a specific utility meter that's repaid through an opt-in tariff on the utility bill. And then finally, commercial PAYS financing, which is repaid through the property tax bill. Then there is, if you go to the top right, who is eligible. So how are you going to make sure, how are you going to qualify applicants? How will you make sure that your investment is going to be repaid? So there are a number of ways to qualify folks. For example, you may say that only applicants with a minimum credit score will be approved for your program. Well, how well is that going to predict whether you're going to be repaid for that investment? Also, how much is it going to restrict access to the funding? So if you have a minimum credit score that an entity has to meet in order to qualify for the program, that could leave out a lot of folks as well. Another consideration is how much it costs to find out and do this qualification, because it can be expensive to hire firms to do underwriting for loans. So finally, if you go on the bottom right here, what can participants finance? What can they use? What are the eligible measures? And by measures here, I mean, for example, efficiency financing or efficiency end uses like a lighting control system or an air conditioning system, a furnace, that sort of stuff. And there are a bunch of different considerations here. Most of these efficiency financing programs that I look at in my work fund energy efficiency, but they also fund, some also fund renewable energy, resiliency measures, water efficiency, non-energy measures, like sometimes buildings need to have repairs done before they can even do an efficiency measure. If you have, for example, a leaky roof, it's not going to help to have better, or it's going to really be a problem if you're putting in a new HVAC system. There are also soft costs that might be considered, and also whether you can include multiple measures. So energy efficiency and renewable energy have understandable paybacks, but for example, resiliency's payback, or paybacks for resiliency measures might be much harder to quantify. Then other measures like electric vehicle charging stations, they might actually use more energy. And then another consideration is this hard costs, like the efficiency measures themselves, materials, labor for installing, versus soft costs. And here we're talking about like permitting fees or engineering or design costs. So I'm going to start with revolving loan funds. So a lot of my numbers come from a report that Berkeley Lab did a few years ago, which looked specifically at 2014 to try to compare and contrast different types of efficiency financing by year. Jorge, do you have anything?
I can hear you. I think that may have been somebody else. Yeah, but
Okay.
we can hear you well.
Okay, no worries. Okay, so let's see. In 2014, this is the year of that study, or the year that study had data from. Revolving loan funds made 92 loans for $57 million in the non-residential sector. And 12 million of that was for commercial industrial, and 45 million of that was for public and institutional. So you see that it's sort of, a lot of these are focused on public and institutional sector. And the highest volume programs for the commercial industrial were Alabama Saves and the Nebraska Dollar and Energy Saving Loan Program. And then for the public institutional sector, the highest volume was in the California Energy Conservation Assistance Act loans and Texas Lone Star. Now, getting back to our sort of roadmap for how to think about these, in terms of where the money came from. So, unfortunately, we did not break down where the money came from by sector. So, in 2014, talking about revolving loan funds for all sectors, so that includes residential, it was the number was volume was $74 million, and the capital came from 10 million from ratepayer funds, 9 million from private sector funds, 44 million from public sector funds, and 12 million was a hybrid, more than one of these funds. And you see this 44 sort of sticks out there, and I believe that is from a lot of this ARA money that was in there. Now, who is eligible? That depends on the program, but these are generally unsecured loans that use, credit score and debt to income. So generally, it's the same qualification you would use for other loans. This traditional sort of underwriting. The product, as I said, is structured mostly as unsecured loans, and the participants generally can also depends on the program, but mostly it's energy improvements. So next, on-bill financing. So these are defined as loans to utility customers that are repaid on the utility bill. Some of the advantages of it are that paying on the utility bill is familiar, it's convenient. It's also nice to see the savings in the same place that you're making the payments. So there are a number of different mechanisms that on-bill loans use. Some of them may allow for the transfer of loans to subsequent occupants. Some use alternative underwriting. I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute, and that can expand access to who is able to use these products. And it may aim for, some of them aim for cash flow positive projects, meaning that the payments or the savings on the bill is less or are more than the payments for the project. Now, some of the drawbacks are that the startup IT costs, so for actually recording, amortizing, and putting those costs on the bill, and the ongoing complexity of the administrative work can be significant. And here, what we found in this on-bill study that Berkeley Lab did several years ago is that the highest volume programs offered below market interest rates, and they combined that with either allowing like almost any energy related improvements, or they coupled it with really robust financial incentives and rebates. So the experience here with—
I'm sorry, Greg. So really quick, because that was very interesting, the issue of the IT, startup ITs. So on your experience, right, dealing with different people in different jurisdictions, are those costs mainly part of the services rendered by a third-party administrator? What is the usual arrangement that you see?
So that— go ahead.
Yeah.
So that's a difficulty, is that it's not a third-party thing here. This is being charged on the utility bill. So the utility, the system that the utility uses to generate their billing, Some of it, sometimes they may be able to incorporate this, but I've heard in a number of different places that their systems will not easily incorporate this, and some places may have to replace or get a new billing system. And not many utilities are going to necessarily want to do that. That can be expensive, obviously. I have also heard of places in Maryland, for example, one place they were going to be replacing their billing, their IT system for billing anyway, and so as they did that, they made sure that it could incorporate the on-bill charges, and so they were able to do that. But they did tell me that if they hadn't been in that place, they would not have been able to go through with the program. So that is definitely a consideration to look into. But it could be, like I say, that the billing systems are able to incorporate that capacity. So, but just something to check on. Okay, so these on-bill financing programs have been operating since like the late 1970s, and mainly at rural electric cooperatives. Some of them are still operating from the 1970s. But back to that study that we did before, in 2014, like it says here, 11,468 loans, on-bill loans were made for $103 million in the non-residential sectors, and that's 89 million in commercial and 14 million in the public institutional sector. So you see here that these on-bill loans have been mostly used in the commercial sector, not quite as much in the public institutional sector. And the highest volume programs for commercial have been California investor-owned utility on-bill financing programs. This is run by the four biggest utilities, investor-owned utilities in California. Then there's also National Grid commercial industrial program, which National Grid utility runs in Massachusetts, New York, and Rhode Island. And then the highest programs for volume program for public and institutional was the California investor-owned utility on-bill financing program. So it's the same one. They allow both in that year. They allowed both commercial and public and institutional, and they did a lot of volume there, more than other programs. And my memory tells me that the volume for the dollar volume for the public institutional was much higher than for the commercial industrial, but the number of loans they did for commercial industrial was much higher than for the public institutional, which shows you that the public and institutional projects were much bigger. So currently there are 110 on-bill financing programs in the U.S. as identified by the Environmental and Energy Study Institute, or EESI. 78 of these were in rural electric cooperatives, 29 were in investor-owned utilities, and 11 were at publicly owned utilities. So you see that they are, this has mostly been done, or a lot have been done at rural electric cooperatives. So going back to our architecture here again, where does the money come from? So for all sectors, again, we didn't break this down by sector here, but for all sectors, it was $179 million that was done through on-bill lending in both the residential and commercial sector. And that came from 114 million came from utility ratepayer funds. So that could be shareholder funds. It was mostly, though, ratepayer funds from these public benefits charges. But you see that that's where most of it comes from. And then the second biggest place is private sector funds, 54 million. And then public sector funds did not make up a lot here, just 300,000. And then from multiple sectors was about 10 million. The takeaway here is that most of the funding comes from utilities, which is on-bill financing. But then there is a significant portion that's coming from private lenders, the on-bill repayment. So in the on-bill repayment, the utility doesn't need to use its own funds, but it may be more restricted in what it can allow. For example, may have to impose less flexible terms. They might have to be shorter, more expensive, might be smaller loans, and it may be more restrictive underwriting. so it can limit what the funding, or it could also limit what the funding could be applied to. Now, who is eligible here? So these programs get pretty creative in how they qualify applicants to use these loans. So we've broken it down into 4 different ways of qualifying them. First is a traditional, and this generally involves, for example, a minimum credit score for the organization and some sort of assessment of their debt. Then there's expanded underwriting, and this uses the same metrics, for example, a credit score and debt assessment, but it allows more flexible criteria. So the organization might have a lower minimum credit score or a higher maximum debt to income ratio or debt service coverage ratio. Then there is alternative underwriting, and so here this does not use the traditional metrics, and what it mostly uses is metrics like utility bill payment history. So folks are usually very good at paying their utility bills, which means that this has 2 advantages. One is that it means you could probably have a lot more folks that would qualify for the program under the utility bill payment history qualification. Another thing is that utilities already have access to this information, and so this can be a lot less expensive for a utility or the program administrator than going out and hiring somebody to do underwriting. And then finally, there is a hybrid. So some places will use some traditional metrics, but then also include alternative metrics, or they will use the traditional metrics in a certain way and include alternative metrics too, as a way of expanding access, but still trying to make sure you're doing a good job of getting good risks, people who are definitely, and entities that are definitely going to pay these loans back. Now, in terms of what participants can finance, in a previous study that we did, that one on bill finance, we looked at 30 programs, and this was a breakdown of the allowable measures. So each of these numbers corresponds to how many programs allowed this. So as you can see in the bottom left here, for energy efficiency, 12 programs allowed only energy efficiency. 2 allowed only renewable energy. 7 allowed both efficiency and renewables. 4 allowed efficiency and water efficiency. 3 allowed efficiency and non-energy measures, and 2 allowed efficiency, renewables, and non-energy measures. But the takeaway is that almost all of these included energy efficiency, and the majority allowed 2 or more different types of measures. So next we'll go to the on-bill tariff, and particularly pay-as-you-save. As Tammy and Wally, I'm sure, indicated, PAYS is a utility investment in energy efficiency or clean energy at a specific site. The investment's repaid on the utility bill through an opt-in tariff. So it's repaid the same way as other utility costs for other energy generating investments, the way they're recouped through the utility bill. And it's attached to the meter like other utility charges rather than the customer. So if the current occupant moves, the obligation and the tariff transfer to the incoming occupant. So if you move, you don't have to, with a loan, you would still have to pay off that loan, even though you might not still be getting the benefits of that energy efficiency. With this, it would transfer to the next person or the next occupant. It also allows for disconnection for non-payment of the obligation, just like other charges on the utility bill. And there are some variants, including the House Smart programs and the PAYS system, the pay-as-you-save. Now, PAYS is a prominent one, and it's garnered a lot of interest, so I'm going to be focusing on that one. So here's the experience. The PAYS programs have been operating since 2002. It's been used by 17 utilities in 7 different states: Hawaii, California, North Carolina, Arkansas. New Hampshire, Kentucky, and Kansas. And a program's currently being developed in Tennessee. It's currently with 15 utilities that are offering the program. The vast majority of them are rural electric cooperatives, but there are 3 publicly owned utilities and 1 investor-owned utilities. Tammy also has told me recently, she told me just this week, that there are prospects for programs, she may have talked about this, in 3 additional states. Now, the highest volume program for on-bill tariffs to date has been HouseSmart Kansas. So this is the HouseSmart variant here. And the last we checked, this program started in 2007. The last we checked, which was several years ago, but they had done 1,000 projects by that point. So it's probably much more at this point. But the fastest growing ones, have been programs that I'm sure Tammy discussed in Arkansas and North Carolina. These have been very popular and successful, and they're growing quickly. My understanding is they've done several hundred projects each. An important point here, though, is that these programs have all focused on residential projects. And although that's true, Tammy told me that the Ouachita program in Arkansas has also done a number of non-residential projects, including county courthouses, schools, and municipal street lighting, and that the Roanoke program has supported efficiency improvements in some churches as well. So that's important to know that there is a proof of concept there. Going back to our overview architecture here, where the money comes from to date, the utility capital has been what's been used to fund the projects through the PAYS system, although I think that may be changing. In terms of who is eligible, they use an alternative underwriting here, which is that the projects are qualified by the savings potential. So there's an 80% rule which says that the estimated tariff charges have to be less than 80% of the forecasted bill savings. So if you forecast that you're going to get $100 a month in bill savings, then the charges for that project have to be either $80 or less than $80. Now, how the product is structured, we've discussed this. It's structured as a utility investment at a site-specific project that's repaid through an opt-in tariff on the utility bill. And in terms of the improvements that are eligible, to date, the PAYS system has mostly funded energy efficiency, but also a lot of water efficiency. And they are also doing now measures to support demand response, like controls for water heaters. This is a schematic of how the PAYS system works. You have the capital provider provides money to a utility. The utility, you see on the right here, the utility gives this to a program operator like eUtility. The program operator pays solutions providers. These are the contractors and folks who are going to do the construction, and they make the improvements at the metered site here. This is where the utility meter is. The customer, the current and the future customer, makes the payments to pay off that investment. That goes back to the utility, and the utility can repay the capital provider at that point.
And this is great. This is the second time that we see the same graph. And Greg, it makes all sense. Us as a group, we need to be thinking, and is the issue of the capital provider, right? Due to the issue of where the utility stands at this time. But that's why we got all these people here to be thinking about how to, I call it the jump start, It's hard for a utility to go to the market right now due to the current circumstances. But this is a very important graph. Thank you for sharing also.
Sure, and I'll say, thinking in terms of like the investor-owned utilities and the on-bill loan programs that we've seen before, they also use, like I said, shareholder capital, and they've also used ratepayer capital. And then, you also have loan programs like the USDA programs. So there are a number of different ways you can do this in addition to just going to financial markets or floating bonds or something like that. But yes, definitely a highly important part of it. Okay, so to date, mostly this has been, like I said, used in the residential sector, and there have been some proofs of concept, so it could potentially be used in the non-residential sector as well. So note that the following are my thoughts on the potential, and these are not researched or anything like that, but in the non-residential sector, PAYS should provide a number of the same benefits that it has in the residential sector. So, making a payment on the utility bill is more convenient than having to pay off a separate loan. The cash flow positive aspect of the project, I think, is very important. If the 80% rule is used, I'm sure Tammy and Wally pointed this out, but that's a very conservative rule. If it's hard to forecast how much you're going to save in a project, but if you're using a conservative rule like this, it's more likely that you're going to end up saving money on your utility bill, and that all projects will end up saving money on their utility bills, because there will be a distribution of most projects will save this amount, some will save even more, but some will save less. So using the 80% rule is very helpful there, because cash flow, it can definitely enhance the cash flow through these PAYS upgrades. And that could be especially important for, if you're looking at the commercial sector broadly, like small businesses, they often have a lot of challenges with cash flow. And so that 80% rule could be very helpful. Then also with the 80% rule, using that to qualify the projects, that could also open access to organizations that are credit challenged or that can't take on debt for financial or regulatory reasons. And that is also can be very important in both the commercial and industrial sectors and the public and institutional sectors. Now, there's another benefit that could be particularly useful for non-residential entities, which is that the obligation may be qualitatively different than a loan. And let me caveat this by saying that an accountant should be consulted before making any decisions about this. But if the obligation is considered a service charge along with the rest of the utility bill, then it could potentially be treated as an operating cost like the rest of the utility bill. And that can be really helpful for both commercial entities and also for public and institutional entities. Now, some considerations which could limit the use of PAYS in the non-residential sector. One is, non-residential projects can be larger than residential ones. For example, a Berkeley Lab study found that for off-bill utility programs, PAYS programs, and revolving loan programs, the average residential loan was $15,000. The average non-residential loan was $234,000. So this means that if a utility is providing funding for the projects, it's going to have much more exposure to each particular participant. So if you have, a residential customer that doesn't pay on their $15,000 loan, that's different than if you have one customer who's borrowed $250,000 and they don't pay on their loan. Just a consideration. Doesn't necessarily have to stop it, but it is something to consider. Now, that said, the savings are also going to be larger, and the 80% rule should mean that the participants' overall utility bills are going to be lower, and that should improve their ability to pay and hopefully improve their likelihood of paying. And then finally, one benefit that may be less value in the non-residential sector is the transferability. So it can transfer much easier than even loans that might, have a transferability capacity, because it's attached to the meter. But in the non-residential sector, and particularly the commercial sector, the subsequent occupant of a space might have much different energy needs than the previous occupant. And that could potentially render some of the upgrades unusable. So like insulation, probably not, but if you have a lighting system and somebody comes in, they want a different lighting system, that wouldn't be all that helpful to have the transferability there. So that's another thing to consider before using PAYS in the non-residential sector. So next, finally, commercial property assessed clean energy financing. So local governments generally have many of these special assessment districts, which are used to collect money from property owners to pay for public goods that provide a public benefit, like schools, sidewalks, and fire protection. I'm going to try to go through this quickly so we can get to questions. CPACE uses this special assessment district process to pay for private goods, like an individual site, that do provide a public benefit, like clean energy and resiliency. So the funding to pay for clean energy improvements is then paid back on the property owner's property tax bill. And I'll go over the structure a bit more in a few slides. But to implement CPACE, commercial PACE, often state legislation needs to be passed that authorizes local governments to do it. And then the local governments need to pass ordinances that authorize a CPACE special assessment district. So the experience here in 2014 from the same study that we did a few years ago, CPACE programs made a total of 27 loans for about $19 million in the non-residential sector. So the vast majority of that was in commercial and industrial, and a very little bit was in public and institutional. The highest volume program for the non-residential in 2014 was Connecticut PACE. It's a statewide program. Now in 2019, and this is according to PACE Nation, there were $670 million in loans or in PACE in CPACE investment in particular, and the cumulative through 2019 was 2,400 projects and $1.5 billion invested. So you can see the bottom line here is that you can see how much this space is growing, and there are new states every day that are taking on CPACE as a program. So back to our architecture here. Where does the money come from? So in 2014, for all sectors, so this includes residential PACE as well, and residential PACE has done a lot more volume than commercial PACE, so this is a little bit skewed, but that year, $267 million was done in all PACE financing. And it came from $246 million came from the private sector, and public sector funds were $21 million. So 92% of the funding came from private capital investors, and this share has most likely grown since then. Who is eligible? Building owners are eligible here. The underwriting depends generally on the program and the lender, and it can vary. But generally you'll see traditional underwriting for an entity where it's checking on that entity's credit history and their debt, assessing their debt, and then also assessing the net operating income of the building and the loan to value ratio there. As I said, CPACE is structured as a special assessment, which is repaid through the building owner's property tax bill. And in terms of what participants can finance, so the programs again are authorized. They're authorized by state enabling legislation oftentimes, and a lot of times that points out what can be financed out of these programs. But from state to state, there have been a broad variety of improvements that are related to energy that are included. Energy efficiency, renewable energy, electric vehicle charging, microgrids, and even other stuff. And then also resiliency. So, for example, seismic upgrades and storm hardening. In 2019, of that $670 million that CPACE investment that PACE Nation talked about, they broke it down into by by percentages, and I worked out that about 328 million would have been spent on efficiency, 154 on renewable energy, 147 of that would have been on projects that include both energy efficiency and renewables, and then 47 million on resiliency. And the spending for CPACE, through CPACE on resiliency has been growing. That is definitely a growing area. Now, this is a very simplified example. Starting with the CPACE program or tax authority here on the left, that entity records an assessment and places a lien on the property, which is in the middle here. Then the capital provider down at the bottom here provides money to the contractor on the right here to make the clean energy improvements on the property, seen in the middle again. They render services to the property owner. The property owner then, through the tax bill, makes payments back to the tax authority, and then the tax authority will remit those payments back to the capital provider. So there are two important aspects that differ from program to program, and that is the program administrative structure and the program capitalization structure. Again, there are a lot of different ways this can be done, but this is a basic, basically how these things are related to each other. So I'm going to go through these other two really quickly. Jorge, unless you want me to, I could stop and just take questions if you want.
No, please go ahead. Yeah, let's go ahead and G's a minute, and then we can bring some questions. Yeah.
Okay, that sounds good.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is the program capitalization models, and there are two basic models here. One is the closed market program, and this is where the program relies on a single provider of capital to fund CPACE assessments. An example here is Sonoma County Energy Independence Program, and a lot of times these are where you have the local government is actually using its own money to do the lending, and then they're recouping it. And then there's the open, well, I should say actually, so for the closed market model, if the government funds are actually available, some of the benefits are that you can set the terms you want, the oversight can be easier, but it doesn't take advantage of competition to realize like the most efficient packages for participants, and it may limit the breadth of project types and how much you can do. Now, the other model is on the right side here, the open market model. And here, the building, so you have multiple capital providers that participate. And those capital providers, that allows the building owners to choose among a bunch of different capital providers. And they are competing against each other. So you are taking advantage of the competition among them. And it could provide more flexibility for users. And two examples of this. So the closed market model was a model that was used more at the beginnings of CPACE. The market has moved mostly to, it's more of this open market model now where you're inviting multiple capital providers in now. And Connecticut CPACE and Texas CPACE are two examples of this open market model. So my final slide here, this is the program administrative structure. So a key decision is, involving program structure is which stakeholders are going to take on which responsibilities. To the extent that these aren't specified in the enabling legislation or other relevant legislation. So there are a range of startup costs and operating responsibilities that may fall on local governments depending on what program model is in place here, what program administrative model. So the enabling legislation dictates whether, or it may dictate whether there's going to be a statewide program structure or whether the local governments are going to be able to establish their own program, or they're going to have to go through the statewide program. So if there's no statewide program available, the local governments can launch and manage their own program, or they may take on, they may take on all the program responsibilities using their own internal capacity, or they may contract most or all of the program responsibilities to a private or non-profit third-party PACE program administrator. But if available, they may be able to join a multi-jurisdictional or program where you have a bunch of different local governments that participate in a program or programs that are offered by an organizing entity like a joint powers authority or a port authority, which has been done in California. Ohio has done this through port authorities, and California has done it through joint powers authority. So the closer you get to the statewide model, the more uniformity and standardization you have, which can be helpful. It also might be less of a burden on local governments. However, as you go down with these other, strategic state support, limited or no state support, that gives more flexibility to local governments, but they may not want to take on the responsibility. So I'm going to stop there. I do have these, these are some of the resources that I talked about on a number of, on-bill financing. The current practices covers everything, all of the different types of financing, some on CPACE, and then also some stuff on CPACE and on-bill and on PAYS. So I'll leave it there, and sorry for taking over my 50 allotted minutes, but
this is great, Greg. This is very relevant information. It's great to have this objective material. It was very easy to follow. So let's go ahead. I got time. Let's go ahead and do one question. If there's somebody who wants to bring some kind of comments or questions.
I've got one. This is Wally.
Hey, Wally.
How are you doing, Greg? Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
On the PACE program, I noticed you and Tammy both have indicated that most of these have been with co-ops and maybe munis. Mm-hmm. IOUs are now showing interest. My real question is whether with those, if there are any examples of it you've run across, are the utilities, when they make that investment, going to ask for their 9.5% rate of return on the investment? And isn't that going to drive the cost up vis-a-vis what it might be with a co-op which doesn't have a shareholder?
Wally, I am really sorry. I don't think I can answer that question. But this is a question I'm very interested in, is because, to my knowledge, there are two, places to date where you've had IOUs involved in these PAYS programs, and they're using, that are going to use, if they're using their own capital, then yeah, I would think that they would need to, charge that rate of return unless they're willing to take a haircut.
Right.
But I'd be interested to see what they're doing. My other understanding is that they could be potentially utilizing other funds. So if they want to go out and use these funds from USDA through the what is it, the RESP and the EEL, the ECLIP, they could be, using capital that is much cheaper. In which case, if it was specifically for that program, then they might be able to charge a lower rate on that. Just my thought, though. Like I say, I'm going to be really interested to see what happens with those with the IOUs and how they work with PAYS.
Let me highlight that what Greg said in regards to leveraging those USDA programs. I want to highlight that on this context. Listen, again, this has been great. We are gonna be actually placing the presentation on the PREP's website. I want to make a note to highlight that the PREP is getting great TA support from the Department of Energy, and we look forward to continue the engagement with the Berkeley Lab. And we are very appreciative of all the support that you have been provided throughout.
Well, great. Thanks so much. I really appreciate all your hard work, Jorge, and wish everyone best of luck. I do hope that I can be involved some more.
Thank you so much, Greg.
Okay, have a great weekend.
You too. So right now, guys, we got Bracken Hendricks. actually, I think this is a great continuation of what actually Greg was talking about, because Bracken is going to be talking to us about actual applications, metal on the ground, that he has done using commercial PACE funding opportunities. He is the administrator for the commercial PACE program and the PACE program in the District of Columbia. So Bracken, you have the floor.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, and loud and clear, and he just tried to grab the screen using the icon on the bottom. Yep, let's see.
All right, okay. No, I'm trying to do it. And I'm waiting for my
I'm going to stop presenting. I don't know if maybe.
There you go.
Okay, there we go.
Do it now.
So let me try.
It should be next to the microphone. It should be an arrow up.
Yep. So give me a moment here.
Yep. And then while you're doing that, Bracken, I want to remind people that even though you're looking at Bracken, if you have your camera open, people can look at you.
Okay. My apologies. I was requesting control and didn't get granted, and now I'm trying to open the share tray.
Yeah, open the share tray and then you grab the application that you're planning to share.
I'm not seeing anything once I open it. That's the problem.
So let's do the following. Let me see. So when you click open share, what do you see, Bracken?
It's just a blank tray. There's no icons or anything there.
Have you opened your presentation in your computer?
I have. Let me.
When you open
when
you open the arrow, you should be able to see the applications that you have open on your computer.
Yep.
And then pick the one that you want to share.
Okay, here we go.
And then I think you do have to click share after you choose it.
All right, it is uploading, it appears to be, so.
Okay, good.
Thank you all for bearing with me, and I can maybe try and multitask a little bit here as I'm trying to get this done. So my name is Bracken Hendricks. I am the CEO of Urban Ingenuity, and we are the program administrator for the Washington, D.C. PACE program. And so the plan here is for me to go a little bit deeper into a specific project. So Jorge, is there a way? I mean, I tried to share it, and it seemed to be uploading, but it's not appearing in the tray here. So, if there's a way that I can hand this off to you to run the mechanics.
Yeah, you can send it to me anytime. You can email it to me anytime. And then maybe what we can do is let's do And then while you're doing that, Bracken, just go ahead and do that. I don't think I got Campbell. While you're doing that, Bracken, let me do the following. Is Carlos Tejeras or Jan on the call right now?
Yes.
Jan. Okay, you know what? Let me go ahead and queue you up now. Let's go ahead and get yourself and Carlos, and then send that presentation to me, Bracken, and we're gonna do it after Carlos and Jan.
Perfect.
Okay, so let me go ahead and queue you up. So right now we have Jan Oquendo. He's the director of the Programa de Política, Pública, Energética in Puerto Rico. We also got Carlos Tejeras. Carlos is the director of the State Energy Program, and they're going to be talking to us. They're going to be giving us an update, a brief update of what they have been doing with the funding available to the island since the last time that we actually interacted in January. So the floor is all yours, guys.
Okay, I haven't seen Carlos Tejera. Please,
Carlos
Juan,
is here,
to you.
yeah. And Juan is there, yeah.
All right, perfect. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you. My name is Jan Oquendo. I'm the director of the Energy Policy Program of the Department of Economic Development and Commerce, guided by Manuel Lavoy, which our main responsibility is to facilitate and promote the social, economic, and environmental well-being of the island under Act 17, 2019. Which basically is the act that establishes the 30% of the benchmark that we need to address for 2040. As you all know, the Energy Policy Program is also the liaison of the DOE, of the Department of Energy in Puerto Rico. We actually work with two different federal programs here in Puerto Rico called the State Energy Program that is directed by Carlos Tejera, and the Weatherization Assistance Program, which is directed by Mr. Juan Lamboy. Basically, as a macro understanding of it, State Energy Program works more about investing on energy efficiency, the generation of renewables, and other aspects around sustainability and resiliency. And the Weatherization Assistance Program is more focused on the retrofitting and the weatherization of the low-income houses in Puerto Rico and the U.S. Other responsibilities that we have on our program under the Acts 57 and Act 4, which give us the responsibility of evaluating any application of new public lighting based on energy efficiency criteria. So basically, that's a collaboration between us doing the evaluation and just letting PREPA, the local utility, know about our findings for them to basically be approved. Other responsibilities around energy efficiency in Puerto Rico that we have is under Act 101, which consists on the tourism sector. The tourism company of Puerto Rico, basically in collaboration with the DDEC and the Energy Policy Program and the local utility, basically under this act, hotels apply for them to have a credit of 11% credit on their utility bills for a plan that they show us for 5 years that applies to small hotels and paradors. And the big hotels, basically, they have 3 years. So basically, every year they send us a report of the progress. And at the end of those 3 years for the big scale hotels and small years for 5 years, at the end of that period, the energy audit needs to go on. And actually, we evaluate that everything that it was proposed did make sense, and we have results. So basically, that's a macro understanding. We are now in the DDEC. It's the first time of Mr. Juan Lamboy is gonna talk about it, but it's the first time that we go through a process of the intake for us to have that process of evaluation of different applicants and understand what are the most, which one are applying based on the criteria that the WAPS basically defines. So around in the month of September, we're gonna be seeing the Weatherization Assistance Program not only having that intake, but at the same time, it's gonna be having a deployment of other houses that are being going through the retrofitting process. So now I'm gonna leave you with Mr. Juan Lamboy, who's gonna give a more detailed explanation about how everything works. Please, Juan.
Thank you, Jan. My name is Juan Lamboy. I'm a program manager in Puerto Rico. Let me show you this presentation. Okay, can you see the presentation?
Very well, yeah.
Perfect, sir. This is a brief presentation of WAP in Puerto Rico. The Puerto Rico Weatherization Assistance Program enabled to families to reduce their energy consumption by making their home more energy efficient. Created in 1976 to assist low-income families in USA. Puerto Rico was included for the first time in the WAP program in 2009. The WAP program must comply with the following applicable law and regulation: 10 CFR Part 440, 2 CFR Part 200, and DOE regulation. This year, we have a program year 2020, we have around $3.5 million. The program established priority to families with children below 6 years, elderly 6 years plus, and persons with disability. For eligible population, the income is a dwelling unit should be eligible for weatherization assistance if it occupied by a family whose income is at or below 200 at the poverty level, as you can see the table. Requirement for applicant and eligible to WAP. First, resident of the housing unit, over 18 years, legally independent, head of household, spouse or authorized representative, American citizen or permanent resident, owner or tenant with written authorization of the owner, responsible for the payment of the electrical bill of the resident. Due to the warm climate of the island, weatherization efforts of the WAP of Puerto Rico were directed at replacement of refrigerator with more efficient unit, replacement of air conditioner unit with more efficient unit, replacement of electrical water heater for solar water heater. In this case, we have two kinds of solar water heater, depending on the family size. In this case, the first 80 gallon, 2 plates, the cost is $1,695, and the another 120 gallon and 3 plates is $2,540. Additional replacement of incandescent lamp with LED, replacement of shower head and faucet aerator, and other work not considered weatherization measure, for example, incident repair, mitigation energy-related health and safety concern, like a fire hazard, existing occupant health problem, a small problem, of course, indoor air quality, and COE monitoring. The program will be administered in Puerto Rico by the Department of Economic Development and Commerce, acting as direct service grantee. The program has 5 important steps. The first step is applicant. In this section is new due to COVID-19. Before COVID-19, the candidate applied to the program calling the call center 311, and the telecommunicator guy pre-qualified and give appointment to the applicant. The candidate then came to our office and qualified, but as you know, that cannot be done now. Then, so we create a virtual platform where the candidate apply. The candidate applied to the program through the virtual page, ddec.prd.gov, in the day established in the public notice. The candidate will submit all the documents required, determine program eligibility. The second step, the technical coordinator will evaluate and determine the eligibility of the participant. Step audit. The case will be assigned to a certified energy auditor. The auditor will conduct energy audit to the unit and will recommend measures to be replaced in the home. During the visit, the auditor will ask about energy consumption habit, condition of dwelling unit, use and operation of electrical equipment, and problems concerning health and safety in the home. Additional to the energy audit, the auditor will give an educational orientation related to energy saving and the home, guidance on fungus and humidity, and the possibility of the existence of lead in the home. And the final step, inspection, a certified inspector will be assigned to each weatherization unit. The final inspection of the work is done to ensure the quality of work and customer satisfaction. Excuse me, where was the 5 step? This is the 4th step. The technical coordinator will coordinate with the contractor to weatherization measures that will place in each unit. I show you in the next slides this electrical bill. This is a particular house in Utuado, Puerto Rico, and of course this electrical bill was before weatherized. You can see the cost, $64.99. And I show you the same resident, the same home, but after weatherized. You can see the cost, $37.45. We have a substantial saving with 57%. With 57%.
So what specific measure was deployed on that example?
We have a 200 house around refrigerator, air conditioner, and all bulbs.
Right.
This is a common sample.
Yeah.
Oh, that was my presentation. The next, I leave you with my colleague, Carlos Tejera.
Thank you, Juan. Hello to everyone. My name is Carlos Tejera. I represent the Energy Public Policy Program, Energy Policy Program in Puerto Rico. As our director said, I am the manager for the State Energy Program, and I will be sharing with you some just short list of details regarding the State Energy Program in Puerto Rico. This program, I don't know if it's showing there.
It looks good. It looks good.
All right,
yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah.
So the State Energy Program has a kind of a history. It's been over 30 years in Puerto Rico. This grant has been, it's part of the congressional funds that are sent to the states and the territories every year. And they're kind of divided depending on the population, and the use of those funds are restricted to those activities which will result basically in beneficial to the state and the local government buildings, and all related to energy consumption reduction and energy efficiency measures. So what I'm gonna just go over the presentation. I know that we don't have that much of a time. So this started back in 1970 by a congressional and state order, and it's been in place in Puerto Rico since I think almost 35 years. The congressional funds, as I mentioned before, these funds, and the reason I'm explaining this is for people who are participating in this workshop to understand the way we receive those funds and how we administer these funds for the benefit of states and local government buildings in the process. So we get those funds every year. Just to give you an example, back in 2018, a total over $55 million were assigned to this SCP program in the States, and Puerto Rico got something close to about $600,000 assigned for this type of activities that we do every year. So to share with you kind of activities we do with this money, basically we get involved in everything that is basically related to lighting efficiency standards for all public buildings. We don't work directly with residential, but we do help the government itself and the local governments to become more efficient in the way. Some of these activities might not be applying directly in Puerto Rico, but we are all kind of starting as our new director, Jan, got in. We start talking about options to maybe get involved later on in public transportation. But those are part of the activities we do with this funding. But basically, energy efficiency criteria in procurement processes are things that we implement with the use of these funds, and given also technical advice to the state and government employees and agencies in the way that how to implement energy efficiency measures in their buildings itself. And to give you examples of the projects we have done, and basically these are the list of the projects that we have been working on, and we already finished since January to this point. We deployed a PV system, a photovoltaic system, to the Mona Island. Those who know Mona Island, this is an island which is located to the west of Puerto Rico, the main island, and it's basically it's owned and managed by the Natural Resources Department. And we deployed a 20 kilowatt system divided in two, one small one at 2 kilowatts and another one 18 kilowatt with storage. And that is because that island depends only on solar energy. So we provided the energy that island is actually using as we speak. We invested there almost $268,000 in that project. Later after that, we finished a really big retrofit program, installing LED lights in 11 sites. These were state and agencies and buildings and public schools, and also a few sites from the University of Puerto Rico. And a total of more than 800,000 square feet were retrofitted, and we offset over 1,757 kilowatt hours in energy use by installing a total of mostly close to 17,000 LED tubes in all these buildings together. And that is meaning an estimate of $460,000 in energy costs that we saved all of these agencies in the process, investing only $390,000. And by that only, we impacted the use of energy regarding the offsetting of crude oil and in the process of installing those tubes. And then as we speak right now, we're working on the Agro Solar project. This is a project which we are working together with the Department of Agriculture, and the Department of Agriculture is deploying 135 photovoltaic systems to different sites, and these sites are practically farms around the island. And we are reaching a total of 2.3 megawatts of energy installed in solar panels, and this is a great impact in terms of reducing fossil fuel in Puerto Rico. So those are basically projects that we're working on, and we are already in the process. And those, like I mentioned, the first one, Mona, and the lightning retrofit, those are ones we already finished. And also we, as part of the SCP activities, we work with the state agencies and local agencies in terms of providing training and workshops on how to practice the better use of energy and implement those practices, not just only in their buildings, but also how to move that and take that with you as a takeaway and implement those in your homes. So our reach also kind of extend to what these employees do, not just in their regular working hours, but also how do they manage their energy, and that becomes beneficial for them in their homes.
Carlos, sorry to interrupt really quick. We got somebody that would like to collaborate, make a contribution. Yeah, sure. Hugo, please go ahead, open the mic. You're up.
Thank you, Jorge. Carlos, gracias por la presentación. Regarding the estimated saving in this major light retrofit program, the 300K, is the saving calculated over a 5-10 years horizon, or? What is the horizon to estimate?
This is practically the 11 sites together as a whole in 1 year.
In 1 year?
Yes, all of these sites together, what we're taking away for the energy bills estimated in a year, those are the costs and the savings we're projecting in a year. All 11 sites together. We got to take into consideration that there are different sites included there, like I mentioned. 3 of the University of Puerto Rico campuses are included there, and 2 public schools, and if I'm not mistaken, 7 or 6 state agency buildings that were retrofitted in the process.
Right, and this is only considering the payment of the bill. Originally was
right,
around
the part that is belonging to what we determined is actually impacted by the use of all light tubes. I'm talking about the I'm sorry, I forget the name of, but the ones that were installed before the LED tubes were implemented in those buildings. Yeah,
the sulfur and the mercury. Yeah,
right, fluorescent tubes. Right, thank you. Okay. So those are the ones that were implemented there.
Do you remember?
So we're talking about. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Do you remember the percentage of energy saving? Was it 40%, 50% of energy saving?
Well, I think that the calculation we made by that time, and I would need to get back to those reports, but I think there was something close to about 13 or 15% of their energy bill. But because these were, really big buildings, and basically all these buildings maintain the lights on even during the night. That we also included, I'm not mentioning this there in that paragraph, but we also implemented the use of occupancy sensors in most of the places that we determined that were kind of, needed regarding the use of them, because most of the places were stayed on during the night.
Thank you. This is amazing.
All right.
Thank you, Carlos.
Right, other aspect that we need to make sure that everybody is aware of is we're not just entering into these public buildings and just doing the retrofit, and it's a process of just not only doing the work but also educating the occupants that are the ones who are need to be educated, understand what's the best practice for them to be part of the efficiency implementation.
Thank you, Jan. That is important because as Jan mentioned, not just the work we do in the infrastructure is like Jan mentioned, is the work we try to do also in the way they behave in the use of energy. And just to close, Jorge, my last slide would be just to show you kind of how we work with the project, the framework of how do we evaluate each of the projects. So first we receive a formal request to the program, and then we do kind of an assessment based on looking at the energy bills and other technical information that the agencies or the local governments will provide for us to consider their request or their proposal. And we made a selection of those that we can handle based on the limited resources of funding we have every year. After that, we do the planning and deployment, and as you already see, these are practically the results we tried and we achieved to get every year. The last one, we estimate this new year, fiscal year 2020, to get a total close to $850,000 for new projects. These projects will also be kind of focused on renewable energy and energy efficiency projects in different type of applications. And if any who is part of this workshop, is part of a state agency or local government, you can email us to yan.okendo@ddecpr.gov or cr.tejera@ddecpr.gov, or you can call us at the number 787-765-2900 and those extensions, and we'll be more than happy to evaluate any requests looking forward after the month of September, which will be now looking at the new projects for the new fiscal year. Thank you for your patience, and thank you, Jorge, for the opportunity.
Oh, Carlos, thank you so much for giving us this update. I also want to highlight that the team at the Programa de Política, Pública, Energética with Director Oquendo, Carlos Tejeras, Juan Lamboy, they have been great collaborators of the PREP, and we continue to actually be increasing that engagement. So we do appreciate it very much.
Thank you, Jorge.
So right now we have Campbell. We got it's been a little bit of a mix on the agenda, but we are very delighted to have Campbell De La Hoyt. He is with NASIO, and he's going to be talking to us about a program that FEMA has. It's called the Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities, a BRIC for potential funding opportunities. So Campbell, the floor is yours.
Great, thanks a lot. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, and we can see the presentation very well.
Okay, great. I'll put this in full screen mode and get to it. I know we're pressed for time, so I'll be as efficient and effective as I can as well. I am Campbell De La Hoyt. I'm with the National Association of State Energy Officials. I'm our senior program manager for our energy security program, which deals largely with resilience issues broadly. And today I'm going to be talking about FEMA's Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities program, and specifically how it pertains to energy opportunities and energy efficiency opportunities. Very brief overview about NASIO. We represent the 56 state and territory energy offices, including DDEC, Jan and Carlos. Good to see you all again. Our members, as you all know, do a number of things, but for the focus of today's presentation, and for reference, they focus on energy efficiency and renewable energy programs, as well as play critical roles in energy emergency preparedness, response, mitigation, and resilience. Some of those activities include public relations, advancing technologies, et cetera. But within the energy security realm, it's more providing subject matter expertise within the energy sector to emergency managers who may not have that specific expertise, but are interested in exploring the opportunities and benefits that energy projects and policies can play in emergency management and resilience. So, BRIC overview. BRIC is FEMA's new pre-disaster hazard mitigation program. It's actually replacing the old pre-disaster hazard mitigation program. And it's funded by a 6% set aside from the federal post-disaster grant funding, which means every year that there is a disaster, 6% of the previous year's disaster relief fund will be allocated the next year to BRIC to be used for hazard mitigation projects. BRIC's priorities include the incentivization of public infrastructure projects, projects that mitigate risk to one or more lifelines, which is how FEMA classifies and views different sectors. It incentivizes projects that incorporate nature-based solutions, and more likely for the interest of this group, it incentivizes the adoption and enforcement of modern building codes. Now, I'll say up front that for the most part, a lot of emergency managers, their primary focus is on construction codes and not necessarily energy codes. And one thing, the main message with energy efficiency and building codes that we're trying to echo and amplify up to FEMA is that in working in tandem, they can increase the resiliency of public critical facilities, of residential homes, lower the burden of the responding agency, in your case, it would be PREMA, and reduce the costs associated with disasters. And right up front, I'll also mention that the opening period for this grant is September 30th, and the closing deadline is January 20th, 2021. So that's not a lot of time to get projects developed and submitted. However, I'll address how NASIO is looking at this later on, because we expect this funding to be available on a multi-year basis for the foreseeable future, which means that there's a lot of opportunity on a multi-year basis, not necessarily a one-off year. So as far as hard numbers go, the only exact amount that FEMA has guaranteed is a $600,000 allocation per state and territory. And that's just the flat rate across the board that each state and territory will get automatically once BRIC is unveiled, or once the funding is unveiled. Also of relevance is the National Competition for Mitigation Projects, which, as you can see, is significantly higher than what the generic and standard allocation will be. So that 446.4 million will be determined based on different projects' viability and benefit cost analysis, and how much, I guess, resilience is built or insured through a project. So for cost share or match, the standard distribution is 75% federal and 25% non-federal. So for example, if you apply for and receive funds through BRIC for a project that in total will cost $400,000, FEMA will provide $300,000, and Puerto Rico, which would be the primary applicant here, would be responsible for 25% or $100,000 in this instance. The one exception to this, or one of the exceptions to this rather, is the small and impoverished communities. They're eligible for reduction of the non-federal cost share, and that is 10%. In those instances, FEMA will provide 100% federal funding for management costs, which I'll cover in the next slide. So basic eligibility, every state and territory in the United States outright is currently eligible for BRIC. This is great in that they all will have access to this money potentially, but the downside is that there are 56 states and territories that will be applying for this single pot of money, which means more competition, possibly less money per project, but it's to be determined how much will be allocated per state and per project. Applicants generally are the state or territory's emergency management agency, specifically the state or territory hazard mitigation officer, which is responsible for the state or territory hazard mitigation plan. And it is their duty to review all of these submissions and all of the projects to make sure that they are viable and that they contribute to resilience and that they are cost friendly, which is a huge element of this project. Sub-applicants are the actual entities that developed the specific projects. So cities or municipalities. And in this instance, if you were looking to develop some sort of energy-related project, it would be the city or municipality that would submit it to PRIMA or actually I believe it's Core 3 for Puerto Rico. But they would submit it to your territory hazard mitigation officer, and that officer is responsible for reviewing and prioritizing those projects based off of Puerto Rico's resilience goals broadly. So any energy-related project would also be competing with infrastructure hardening or facility hardening projects, for example. Eligible projects. Traditional projects are basic mitigation projects that I just mentioned, just flood wall or structural hardening or backup generation for critical facilities. And these traditionally have been propane or diesel backup generators, but we're trying to push the envelope on that a little bit and see if there's an opportunity to involve microgrids or nanogrids or other sort of innovative and clean energy backup options. The next type of eligible projects is capability and capacity building activities. And straight from FEMA's notice of funding, this includes resource strategy or tangible mitigation product that will reduce or eliminate risk and damage from future natural hazards, increase resiliency, and promote a culture of preparedness. And I'll get into where that ties in to the energy efficiency element a little bit more later. But the third category is
for planning purposes, Campbell. I'm very sorry. For planning purposes, we got about 5 to go, just for planning purposes. Yeah.
Duly noted.
Yeah.
Management costs. If your project is selected, all the work and time that went into developing it, even before the award was given, will be allocated. Any project that is selected or approved needs to be included in the Puerto Rico Territory Hazard Mitigation Plan and in any county or municipalities or cities hazard mitigation plan too. If it is not included in there, unless it is a planning activity specifically, then it will not be funded. So if you're looking to access any of this funding for energy efficiency or energy projects broadly, you'll need to ensure that that project type is included in a hazard mitigation plan. These are some of the criteria for the qualitative and technical evaluation for the competitive. One that may be of particular interest is the Building Code Effectiveness Grading Schedule. So essentially FEMA has a rating system that will give you points, and the more that up-to-date building and energy codes and standards are incorporated into your application, the higher score you'll get, and the more likely it will be that you receive funding. So energy efficiency opportunities, capability and capacity building. It is possible, though it will need to be constructed through DDEC and PRIMA and Core 3, but it's possible to conduct outreach and education to include those project types in local and your territory hazard mitigation plans. For building codes activities specifically, FEMA does want to see the adoption and enforcement of the latest published editions of building and structural energy codes. So one example that we thought of that we're going to try to promote among the territories and states broadly is using this funding for educational resources for code officials. We know those materials can be expensive, but if this money can go to that, there is a legitimate argument that can be made that broader adoption of energy and structural codes together can increase the resilience of public facilities and residential buildings. Also, mitigation projects, I went over that a little bit before, but backup generation, infrastructure hardening, microgrids for critical facilities, anything that would ensure that the emergency management mission has continuity is a great argument for that. At the end of the day, because the energy sector is so robust and there are so many different financing mechanisms that can assist in the cost share of some of these projects, it is likely that, or we are hopeful that some of these projects can be funded because the cost share is met. That is more often than not the biggest hurdle in actually getting funding approved. But through ESPC and PACE opportunities and others, there's definitely room for financing mechanisms to cover that non-federal cost share. A few next steps are just resources for you all. From the NASIO perspective, you can go to our website and look at our comments that we made on BRIC. They kind of put an energy flavor or lens to the program broadly, which is more, again, emergency management focused. FEMA will also be holding a number of educational webinar series over the next 2 months, which would be good to have. They don't have any specific links yet, but if you go to their website, which I have on the next slide, you'll be able to check and see when those are available. If you're also interested in this, I would recommend looking at the Puerto Rico Hazard Mitigation Plan or any local plans within the territory or municipality in which you're looking to develop a project. Likewise, it takes partnership. You need to partner with the government leaders, both energy and emergency management from the various sub-organizations. And last, Puerto Rico's hazard mitigation officer is with Core 3. Her contact information is actually on the next page, but she is ultimately responsible for submitting Puerto Rico's application, which will consist of broader sub-applications or specific projects to FEMA. She's the one that will prioritize them as well. These are just additional resources that you can call if you're interested and go through that process. including first and foremost is the NOFO, which has the most comprehensive amount of information on it. And with that, that's pretty much it. I hope that was all right, Jorge.
Oh, this is done. Thank you so much, because this is a program that we were not aware of. So I'm going to tell the participants that this is going to be up in the PREP's website, and they have your contact information if they want to actually follow up. And thank you for sharing this. And this is kind of cooking, so we can actually get on front. So thank you very much, Campbell.
Yeah, absolutely.
So right now we have Bracken. So Bracken, actually, we are good to go with Bracken. We actually have rectified what we needed to rectify. So let me go ahead and share what I got here, and we should be good to go. Let's see.
Excellent. And you can hear me now, Jorge?
Yeah, it sounds very good. So let's see.
Very good. And thanks, folks, for patience. And personally glad to have seen the presentation on the FEMA BRIC program. I think it's really important new resource, especially as relates to energy and resilience. So my presentation was designed to follow after Lawrence Berkeley, where they gave you an overview of a range of different financing approaches to drive capital into clean energy assets. And in talking through what would be useful, we thought it would be helpful to dive into, first of all, really talk about commercial PACE financing, because it's a very, very useful tool. The way that it sits in the capital market, the way that it sits relative to public subsidies, and the way that it creates low-cost, secure financing for infrastructure-like assets. Also thought it would be interesting for you all as practitioners, folks on the ground, people working to actually get things built in Puerto Rico, that it would be interesting for you to see the numbers, how they play out in a bit more of a case study. So jump to the next slide, Jorge, and thank you for your flexibility here. Let's see, can you jump ahead?
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and do it. Let's see, next page down. There you go.
Beautiful. So this is just a quick saying who I am and why I'm on here. My company is called Urban Ingenuity. We are a private company. We're mission-based. We do a lot of work where it's creating community benefits. We do a lot of work with low-income economic development, affordable housing, community-based resilience. But we're a company, we work on behalf of the District of Columbia government as the program administrator for the DC PACE program. And DC PACE, I think, shares some of, because the district is neither a state nor a city, we have some commonalities with some of the territories, some of the issues that Puerto Rico will be dealing with coming from the district. We have been working, in addition to running the PACE program, we are very deeply involved in microgrid advisory services, helping put together cost-effective energy infrastructure that builds district energy, very resilient systems. We do a lot of work with universities, a lot of work with multi-user sites, sort of campus-scale projects. And then we're expert on community solar as well. So we can do this sort of continuum from project development all the way through to program administration. And PACE sits at the interface. You have to have good projects that generate savings, and then you use those savings basically to fund upfront capital improvements. And I think you'll see in a minute why we think that PACE is especially valuable to really understand. And Urban Ingenuity would be very interested to work with anybody on this call and with sort of launching effective PACE programs and projects within Puerto Rico. So jumping ahead to the next slide. It was mentioned earlier, I'm going to cover it very quickly and then jump into the case study. PACE is a voluntary special tax assessment, which is an interesting thing. It basically lets you take a piece of land and put some form of a special assessment that allows for repayment onto the tax ID number in the land record. So it ties the improvements to the property instead of the credit of the borrower or the cash flows of the business. It's not a corporate guarantee. It's tied to the property. So if you're building energy systems, you want them attached to the land or to the property so that it conveys. So the savings and the cost ride with the property. It overcomes a lot of these split incentive challenges. And it does a couple things that are very interesting from a financial perspective. A PACE project will require no money out of pocket to build it. This could be true of a $100,000 boiler replacement or a $10 million, campus scale district energy system. PACE will fund 100% of the soft costs, the hard costs, the engineering, the capital, the labor, the legal. So it can be very, very useful in terms of solving for folks who have an immediate gap in their capital budget, but they really need to fix their boilers. They need to fix their lighting. It's cash flow positive, NOI positive. Essentially what you're doing is, because you're not spending money out of pocket, you're lining up the repayment of the debt service with the realization of savings. So you can actually bring savings into your pro forma even as you solve this capital budget problem. And an interesting thing is it's not a mortgage. It's a lot like debt. It's generally a 20-year amortizing principal and interest payment, but it doesn't accelerate. So if there's a delinquency, you'll owe a semi-annual tax payment, but the whole principal won't come due. It really is a tax bill. So it sits differently in the balance sheet. It's not tying up your debt capacity in quite the same way. So jumping forward. Thanks, Jorge. And this is PACE generally. We talk about C-PACE as commercial buildings. It's kind of anything that isn't single family. So that's generally multifamily, 5 units and up, commercial real estate, all kinds of institutional office. It can be complicated with publicly owned buildings because you don't want a tax against a public entity. It becomes a little complicated for the security. And basically, depending on the program, you can generally fund anything that's broadly tied to water savings, energy savings, or greening a property. So it varies by program, and there's deeper work to be done in Puerto Rico. But jumping forward. This, Greg from Lawrence Berkeley showed a system. Essentially, you're the property owner. You're trying to put money into an energy project. What PACE does is it allows a private capital provider to fund your improvements, but it creates this special assessment as the security so that the capital provider gets to hold that paper. They're holding a tax bill. We've actually seen it done on tipping fees for municipal solid waste or water collection fees too as well. So you can actually structure PACE notes using various forms of municipal collection, but principally it's a local tax bill. And those bills do need to be enforceable and robust, but this just sort of shows how it's really private capital flowing to private property owners to do a voluntary project. So jumping ahead one more. This is, Jorge and I thought it would be useful to show you a healthcare facility, show you something larger, and kind of take you into the thinking around a resilient energy infrastructure, a microgrid, or a very robust district energy system where you're doing heating, cooling, and electric, maybe cogeneration, maybe battery storage, but you're getting those reliability investments. So bear in mind, you could knock off 1 or 2 zeros from the case study I'm showing you. I think it's a $9 million case study. You could easily do this as a $100,000 project just for a boiler replacement. The same logic would apply. But for this is actually based on a property that we looked at up in Baltimore, Maryland. Based on a real hospital, they were on a steam tunnel system. It was very unreliable, very expensive. They wanted to look at how they could do their own cogeneration and look at monetizing those savings so that they could fund an upfront capital investment, but not have to go, pull into their pocket and pull out millions of dollars that they really wanted to put into their operations as a hospital. They really didn't want to do the capital improvement project. So PACE solved a financial need as well as a technology need for this hospital. So jumping ahead. Cogen, again, it's basically producing hot water, heating and cooling through a 4-pipe system or potentially processed steam, but also producing electricity as a residual benefit, very high value. And then you'll see from the system as a whole. So this could be something that could be if you have an industrial park or a medical facility or a major commercial user who really can't afford the interruption of their energy systems. Looking at cogeneration, microgrids, there's obviously a very strong case for those capital investments because they're not only paying for themselves in energy savings, there's also operational improvements and the loss of downtime, and in the event of a major natural disaster, as you're very aware, avoiding some of the costly downtime associated with it. So here's some numbers for you in the next slide. And what it shows is how we as a PACE program administrator, and I say we run the program for DC PACE, Urban Ingenuity has also helped the state of Connecticut, New York City, state of New York, Maryland, various counties. We've worked with a number of program administrators on setting up programs and advising and structuring capital and bringing some of that private capital to bear to fund these projects. So very, very interested in the Puerto Rico market. But here's an example of how one would look at an underwriting for the cash flows of a PACE project. So if you look at that top annual cogen cash flows budget, this particular hospital was already spending $6.5 million on electricity and steam purchases through the energy district that they were on a very inefficient older steam system. And they were interested in accessing that capital and basically saying, how could we do this to really upgrade our performance, improve our resilience, and actually save some money? So they'd done some analysis, and they felt that to operate a cogen system it would cost them $4.5 million, so $2 million of savings. They would also have to buy some additional energy over and above the system's size that they would choose to build for themselves on site. So they would need to be ready to spend $5.5 million, but an annual savings of $1 million a year in round numbers. So the concept of PACE is they're spending 6.5, they could spend 5.5, but they've got to come up with the money to make those improvements so they can get to the other side with the lower costs and the improved operations. We also helped them look at the project, and they said, you know, the cogen project is going to cost them $8 million, but they really should do an LED lighting retrofit because it would just save them money very quickly, and it would improve the performance of the property and the performance of the whole system. So really, they'd actually be smart not just to spend the $8 million for the cogen, but they should go ahead and do the LED lighting retrofit. So really, they'd be smart to spend $9 million to really kind of maximize their savings. So if you look at that as an operating impact on their annual pro forma, they could be saving $1 million a year from the cogen project, plus another $200,000 a year from an LED project. So if they just had $9 million, their operating budget would be $1.2 million better year over year in perpetuity. So this is that problem where folks who are capital constrained, they lock in high operating costs instead of running a state-of-the-art facility. And it makes sense. They just don't have the cash, or if they do have the cash, they've got better things to do with it. So the CFO just says the paybacks are too slow. I'd really rather run my nursing school or build, buy another EKG unit or whatever the competing priorities are. So if you jump to the next slide, you can see that $1.2 million of savings, for the $9 million, they would have on a 20-year PACE note, they could be paying $760,000 a year just to retire the debt service. So if we can use PACE to fund 100% of the energy saving improvement up front, they could then pay that $760,000 out of the 1.2 of utility savings from the LED and the cogen, and they would still have almost $500,000, $440,000 a year. That just goes straight to their bottom line. So under this scenario, the hospital has gained improved operations, improved resilience, much greater reliability, and the pro forma for the business itself is $440,000 a year, more operating income flowing into their bottom line. So this just kind of shows you the logic of energy saving improvements broadly. This would apply to the pay-as-you-saves or some of those other things as well. If I had the money up front to build the building I want, I could run a cheaper, leaner operation and it would pay for itself. But the real question is one of how do I bring those savings forward in a way that's reliable, predictable, stable. It's not going to tie up my debt for other things. And PACE is a very clean solution to do that. So you put the note in the land record, tie it to the hospital, private capital comes in and funds it, and then the property on day one starts realizing those savings. So one more slide here. This next slide kind of looks at it from a financial perspective. We spend a lot of time as Urban Ingenuity, we'll talk to the financial decision makers as well as the facilities or the operational decision makers. And they're making a very different calculation about the use of their funds. So in the case of this medical facility, they were looking at self-funding $9 million to do this cogen and LED. They could save and pocket $1.2 million a year in annual savings. The net benefit is still quite negative, $8.3 million. They basically shelled it out in year one, and paying it off year over year, the 5-year net present value of having spent all that money up front and only earning the savings back over time, the net present value of that investment is fairly weak, over 5 years or 10 years. And if you look at it based on an internal rate of return of like, what's the highest and best use of my $9 million, it makes sense that, for a negative 14% IRR for a financial decision maker, they're going to say, I've got better things. I could put this money in the market and we'll just limp along and pay more for energy and we'll still be further ahead. So then if you compare that to PACE, if you're spending someone else's money, so you're solving the upfront capital payment, there's no money out of pocket, you're getting the 1.2 million, but you're spending some of it on debt service, but you have this slow accretion of $440,000 a year. Year one, you have a positive present benefit. And each year, you're building modest savings. So the net present value of the energy improvements, in addition to the resilience and all of these other operational benefits, it's just positive the way it contributes to the cash flow of the property. And if you think of it as an internal rate of return, you're not spending any money and you're making $440,000 a year. So it's kind of an infinite return on money that you don't have to spend. So I wanted to touch on PACE. There's a few things, in a situation where, if you're looking at municipal bonds to fund infrastructure-like improvements for energy districts, cogeneration, community solar, deep retrofits of buildings, given the challenges with, bond ratings and other things that have gone on in Puerto Rico, this is interesting because it's not using the municipality to directly fund it. It's just using this taxing and collection authority. It's using the private market. It's very lean. It's completely voluntary on the part of the capital providers, the property owners, the measures chosen. So from the perspective of the public entity, it's not adding to the debt or the debt obligation of any of the municipality, but it's using those distinct features of public, tax collection. So for the investor, it really looks and feels like municipal paper. So they will price it cheaper, they'll offer it longer. And from the perspective of getting projects going, it is all voluntary. We have, as Urban Ingenuity, we work with a lot of capital providers. We can actually do tax-exempt deals. We did the first tax-exempt PACE, got the interest rate, a whole percentage or so more lower. But most PACE deals are taxable, and you can get that long 20-year financing so that you're really spreading out. Your annual payments are modest, and they're in line with the realized savings. You're reducing your risk to your own credit profile, your own FICO score or ability to take on more debt because it's backed by the asset. So it solves problems in the capital market for the lenders, for the borrowers, and for the local government or the state or the Puerto Rican government. So we really think it has a lot of potential here. I think the last slide may just be a thank you slide, if memory serves.
Yes, it's going to be the thank you slide, but let me go ahead and bring to people that they want to collaborate. Let me go ahead and address the following. So we have Bracken right after Greg from Berkeley Lab, and Greg was very succinct when he said that the commercial PACE requires a state legislation. So yeah, the purpose of the exercise is for people to realize that there's benefit to this. And I want to open the microphone to Angel Rodriguez. If you can share your thought with Bracken, the microphone is open.
Oh, okay, thank you. I would like to first to highlight that with the NPV negative, there's no project for financial speaking. It's useless. But my question is, should the NPV periods should be the same as the asset depreciation? Is it asset depreciation, let's say 25 years? NPV period should be 25 years also?
So we look at the one thing we want to do is always reduce risk for the property owner. They're taking on a fixed permanent obligation in the form of the PACE special assessment. So the benefits of the project should be secure and be realized. We look very closely at the expected useful life of the measures. The key thing is if you're taking on, a $10,000 a year payment, you should be realizing more than $10,000 a year in savings so that you have that positive benefit. So we will look at, if you're doing a lot of LED lighting, those benefits might be all on the front end. If you're doing solar or, pumping systems or cogeneration, you may have a very smooth profile of savings over time. So you would want to understand that at a minimum, the savings and the debt service were closely in line. On the financial calculation about the net present value, that will be really a decision to be made by the decision maker, right? In this case, you're not spending any of your money. So the present value is modest but stable and positive under PACE instead of having to shell out a lot of money without PACE. So it's a positive net present value. The discount rates, we're doing a project right now for a university for a big cogen system. And there's obviously a large debate around what's the right rate to discount the benefits and how do they calculate the net present value of the project. And obviously in the capital market, if you've got, expensive mezzanine debt, you're going to discount it. You'll have a higher return expectation than if you're, accessing local tax exempt bond markets. So, but I think the key thing here is what we don't want to do is give you a 5-year LED lighting retrofit, have all the savings come in the beginning and then a tail, and then give you 20-year financing to pay for a 5-year improvement. But this is clearly 20, 25-year benefits from the cogen and the LED, and it makes sense and it pencils over 20 to 25 years.
Listen, Bracken, this has been great information that you share. It's good to get the concepts, but then to have somebody that actually has done this and shared his experiences with the group, we appreciate it very much. We do appreciate your flexibility with the group. And this presentation and all of the presentations are going to be posted to the PREP's website. Thank you very much, Bracken.
Great. And as you move forward with your own program and legislation, Urban Ingenuity would love to stay engaged. Thanks very much.
Absolutely. Have a good one. So right now, the group, we're going to take a 10-minute break. Right now is 4:02. We're going to return at 4:12, and we're going to have Emma Pollack from the ACEEE talk to us about hybrid opportunities between health and energy efficiency. So I will see you at 4:12.